Happy Thursday, everyone. We are back with our Russia run using the Morgenroete mod, which features a whole bunch of Academy of the Arts, Academy of the Sciences, a bunch of flavor. Generally a huge fan of this mod. We'll make this guy a mountaineer. But the mod kind of significantly detracts on performance. We are also using the More Companies mod, or More Unique Companies mod, which features some interesting things. And we are also using the Better Politics mod. And now, which basically doubles the amount of interest groups and also gives you more ways to interact with law passes and changes the way law passes work, introduces this political rigidity mechanic, which I think is a pretty good mechanic. It does make backward starts a little bit harder, but this is okay. And then we also recently got, and by recently I mean this morning, we got a hotfix coming in that we kind of want to explore some of the things on. In particular, it's looking like it's going to be an absolute massive buff for companies. I don't know if this save file is going to fully register, because we are continuing a run, so hopefully it does. And it's also dramatically going to change, perhaps what's meta in regards to assimilation, in that you can now convert people even if they are in the violent hostility bracket. So we're going to be trying to keep an eye on this, but if you, as you can see here, we have... We have a lot of pops violently under violent hostility right now, like half our country. A lot of them are right here, as we can see. Now the thing is we don't have any Russian, or we don't have any Orthodox pops here, so unfortunately we can't convert them because that's how conversion works. They also made it so that pops can convert culture when they're even when they're in their homeland, and they can convert along, they no longer need to share a heritage track, which I actually kind of liked that they needed to share a heritage track, so I kind of don't think I like these changes, but I think what we might end up trying to do is something like, in order to seed Han provinces with ones that are our religion, or our religion, perhaps we go state atheism. Something like this. Unhappy Thursday says play it. No, not like this. Morgenroete is compatible with Better Politics mod and More Unique Companies. I actually really like this stack of mods a lot. The only problem is performance gets really bad. So with this patch, I decided to try a run with all these mods in use. I'm a huge fan of this mod stack. It's on my to-do list to like put the exclam mods thing. Hey Ronald Tanner, welcome back after several months. I've returned. But let's take it on pause and a little bit of a go. We are playing as Russia, and we've won the great game. We haven't finished the Caucasian War, but that's okay because we've won the great game, and now we're kind of settling into our. Let's take a little bit of a hike in California with our mountaineer. We do want to use as our bank the Wells Fargo Bank. I think we were taking a look at this before we went live here. But this gives you a whole bunch of different company types. Really a huge fan of this More Unique Companies mod. I guess maybe we want to slot in a company here. I think having overlapping companies is probably actively pretty bad. And the fact that we overlap here iron and steel is maybe a bit of a problem. If we had a company that was good for tools, or we had a company that was good for coal, we could maybe pivot. That way these guys aren't stepping on each other's toes. BPM dev here, glad you like it. Hey, I wish I can't pronounce the Chinese character, but welcome to the stream. I am a fan of the Better Politics mod. I think that, in general, the choice... One of the things that I actually would prefer vanilla to do is, like, I think if they doubled the amount of interest groups, I think that would be good, but maybe it'd be a little bit overwhelming. I think that significantly decreases the effects of... it decreases the negative effects, or not negative, but like ideology of individual leaders isn't anywhere near as important. This is maybe a company that we could slot in instead of the current tool company we're using. That would give lumber. It's a little bit tough. Westinghouse. Canada, New England. Wells Fargo, we're going to get, like, explosives and a bunch of this stuff. We don't have, a company for sulfur. Is it really just as simple as we should slot out New Russia Limited for a sulfur, for the generic sulfur and coal company? There really aren't very many sulfur companies that are very good. In vanilla. I suppose with more unique companies, it's a little bit harder to tell. I really wish that there was a way to filter these. It's less important in vanilla, but it's definitely... With more unique companies, it's definitely something we kind of care about. We are currently looking for a sulfur company that's reasonable. We know that there's a really good one right here, and we could go after that. That I think is just a 5-year incorporation. So that wouldn't be too bad. Trying to look for sulfur. Not really seeing much in the way of options. There are a bunch of really good Chinese banks. And maybe this is a country to do a run on. But I think we'll just slot out for generic. Because I don't think we're that deep into New Russia Limited. I mean, we could... Well, we can currently just slot this in, but... I think we actively want to slot the other one out. How many companies... How many levels do they own? Maybe we just keep it just cause... It looks like they have a total of like 50-ish levels. We voting on starts? I was thinking we would just continue the run. Do you guys want to restart on this same mod set? We can restart maybe. If you guys want to restart on the new mod set. Maybe you feel that we've kind of exhausted a little bit of our kind of top end here. That's a loud one. Alright, there aren't too many Twitch viewers, so we'll just do it on YouTube. Shout out to the 4 Twitchers. Start new run. So we are just starting to kind of really hit the Morgenroete flavor. So if we start a new run, I'm not sure who we play, but I suppose we'd kind of be more interested in playing someone who's already relatively advanced. Because you have to get, like, advanced and big for the Morgenroete stuff to really play. The reason I stopped playing with more companies is because it was annoying to find what I wanted. Yeah, that tracks. Great Qing World Conquest? Well, so if we do Great Qing, I guess we get access to the really good banks. God, I haven't done Qing since they've, like, nerfed it. I'm not entirely sure the best way to execute. I mean, we could probably still do the Portugal strat for opening and winning the Opium Wars. If we actually want to fight the Opium Wars, we could cheese it. I think we'd rather not. It's 0:30 in Germany, but that won't stop me from watching the stream. Do you have unlimited companies? No, there are limited company slots. Prussia maybe, Spain, France. You do see a lot of options. It's sounding like most people want a new run. Okay. Okay. Oh, Kurt. Well. We see several recommendations. Italy, USA, Prussia, Spain, France, Qing. Qing start with better politics is interesting since you start with agrarianism and tenant farmers. Oh yeah, Qing got uber kicked in the nuts this patch. Forgot about that. Because they... I'm not sure exactly... I'm not sure to the extent where I can articulate the differences, but the manor houses, the proportion of which that they are... the contribution of ownership in manor houses was significantly reduced, and also the wages that get paid out in subsistence farms was increased. Such that a huge portion of the reinvestment that Qing gets on game start, even when they're on agrarianism, is just got absolutely kicked in the nuts. I just want to make you play Ethiopia? No. Not like this. Another thing is that we were planning on Sunday starting a new run on maybe the fantasy mod, in which case this means we only get 2 sessions, and this session's probably going to be a little bit shorter. We're only going to get 2 sessions on whatever we start new. And so that would maybe be a reason to stay the course as Russia. But I think the most common request is Qing. Starting with agrarianism and tenant farmers is a little bit interesting. I mean, it certainly makes them a lot stronger. Play Belgium. Belgium is kind of one I was thinking of. I think that one of the attractive things about Qing is they have a lot more companies than Belgium, I think. I'm not sure how many companies Belgium has. I guess if we're maybe switching off of this, let's take a look at Belgium and what companies they maybe have. Have you ever formed any of the hegemony tier countries? Yes. We could just sneak in more formables here as well before we have a little bit of go. But they have the John Cockerell Company. Do they get a lot of other stuff that they can maybe play around with? They have a unique bank. I wish we could take a look at all the unique banks. Shewa, thank you for the $2, Yankees fan. I think I called you Yankees fan earlier in the stream. Damn. Thank you so very much for the dono. Once, of course, the very, very fashionable Shewa. Shewa makes me think of Avatar. Like Awa, like the tree. But Shewa. That might not even be how it's pronounced. But I kind of don't want to... so the one reason I dislike Belgium is Belgium's companies are like the best in the game. And what this means for the more unique companies mod is we wouldn't use any companies that aren't in the base game. Spain probably has the best company in the entire game in the unique companies. Thank you for the $2, Yankees fan, requesting hurrah. Should we do the thing where we make a new vote as to what we play? Let's see how... It looks like new run is... We're going to declare a new run the winner of this poll. Should we make a poll where one choice is Shewa, another is Harar, another is Wello, and another is Barana? The illusion of democracy, all roads lead to Ethiopia. We could do Manchuria. Low key. Do they have any unique companies? I doubt that they do. Oh, do they? North or South China, that's pretty broad strokes. China had a bunch of banks. I'm leaning towards Qing being an option. We will make Ethiopia an option as well. Korea's got some absolutely insane companies that just look very attractive. Welga, thank you so very much for the $2. Yankees fan. Okay, we've seen a lot of people request Qing, so I think we can make 4 choices. We will make one of them Ethiopia, but we will not. Who play as Kafa? Not like this. Mans is trying to rig the vote. We'll make one Ethiopia. Korea's kind of attractive. One of the things is Korea's really cool for the companies, but a little bit less cool. We could catch and release Korea as a start. So we could take France, conquer all of Korea in one war, and then release play as Korea. So we would get French tech and institutions, but then we would be Korean. I did not expect a Happy Thursday stream. Happy Thursday, Big Nice. Better politics makes it impossible to pass laws in authoritarian regimes without self-destruct the country. Let's make Qing one of the options. I think we could have 4 total options. And so I guess we gotta... We haven't done USA on this patch. I guess we kind of want to take a look at migration, so we'll make USA one of the options, and now there's going to be one more option. Someone said Prussia. I guess it's between Prussia and France. We want to play on someone relatively advanced. I think we'll do France. We haven't done France in a while. Catch and release Korea is tempting, but my vote is for Harar. Thank you so very much for the collective $2, $4, $6, $8, $10, Yankees fan. Donating on behalf of Ethiopia. If you guys liked Yankees fan joke, I encourage you to vote for Ethiopia. I suppose maybe we should have had catch and release Korea on there. But one of the aspects, again, for playing one of these more advanced countries is we will be able to access the Morgenroete kind of content a lot faster. It looks like Ethiopia's doing a little bit better than I anticipated, and it's making me uncomfortable. Uh-oh. This might be the stream where we get punished for democracy, and we have to play Ethiopia. We could catch and release Ethiopia and at least not have bad tech. Of course, that's really not what... That's not in the spirit of Ethiopia. Ethiopia is really about suffering. Ethiopia has some of the worst tech and the worst resources in the game. Oh, God. Well, we can at least do a runoff between France and Ethiopia. But this is painful. This is not looking very good. Does my vote count 5x? It looks like your choice is already winning. USA, I'm a little bit surprised to not see doing too well. What's the mod list for the run for today? We are playing with the Morgenroete mod, which introduces a whole bunch of flavor, with sciences and arts. We are playing with the More Unique Companies mod, and we are also playing with the Better Politics mod. Nope, you won't be starting as Ethiopia then? That's true. No catch and release. God. Oh. Alright, let's set a timer. Vince G with the $10, thank you so very much, says lobbying for Ethiopia. We're gonna set a 2-minute timer. We are gonna run off the top 2 countries. One of them is almost certainly gonna be Ethiopia. Someone says sad Qing noises, basically. You know, Ethiopia, what is Ethiopia if not the Qing of Africa? You know? You know what I'm saying? I don't. I hope someone does. Goats go through suffering, I believe. It's big pain. Big... Better Politics mod has Ethiopia content, actually? Really? Poggers. It has Ethiopia content? That's crazy. Vanilla barely has Ethiopia content. They just have, I forget, it's Tuodros, who, like, is 30 years older than he is IRL for whatever reason, which makes him being in the game much less relevant. The Ethiopia lobby continues. Alright, so the question is who's going to run against Ethiopia in the runoff? Geez, Ethiopia almost has double the next one. Oh my god. It's time for us to bite the pillow, probably. This run will be going in dry. Exit to desktop. Shewa is basically Qing, but better in every way. Yeah, it's like, they're like the same thing. 100%. Agitation for Ethiopia. We will, like, never get to the Morgenroete content. Play as Ethiopia. We will just be so far behind. We will have to just, like, try and find whoever has the most books and just keep invading them, and the only thing we'll be able to do will be literature, because we'll just steal their libraries. Alright, well, it's... Is there a way for me to see exactly how many votes? Because the Qing and France are tied. Let's end the poll and see if there's a way to see exactly how many votes. Alright. Let's have a lightning poll as to who's going to run against Ethiopia. Oof. Who will face against the giant? Qing or France? We're going to only allow, like... This is a lightning poll. We're only going to allow this to go on for, like, 1 minute. Starting from when I say this, so for you guys, like, 30 seconds. You get Dickens but better? That's true. Who needs infamy reduction when you just, like, can fight everyone? I'm glad we're playing the culture and diplomacy mod when we're going to be playing the full violence situation. That really, really brings it forward. Is BPM bugged in this current version? I have no idea. It's 1.8. It got hotfixed this morning. So I don't know. Some IGs weren't giving the minus tax for high approval. Interesting. Qing has more, I think. Who do we pick to lose to Ethiopia? Connor asking the real questions. Manage democracy. Resist. Fight the power. Pick France. He thinks that Qing has a better chance against Ethiopia, is why he's recommending France. Well, we are just about to end this poll. 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, and so it's going to be Qing against Ethiopia. I guess we shouldn't have even booted up Morgenroete. The moment of truth. You know what we should do is we should just vote very quickly ourselves for Qing and then end the poll. We'll give this one 4 minutes because I think people will want to agitate in chat regarding what they want. It's looking like it's probably going to be Ethiopia, right? I don't like democracy when I'm losing, said every person who likes... This is the thing, is like, yeah, people like democracy until they lose. It's exactly how it works. But at least over half of people, you know, are winning. Shout out to democracy. And then people are like butthurt, and they're like, this is terrible. Oh my god, it's 50-50. Jesus. Actual 50-50 between Ethiopia and Qing. Well, let's take a look at Qing, I guess. Everyone get in here, neck and neck. Yeah, are we gonna make Christian or Muslim Ethiopia? I don't know which one they start with. Yankees fan, you get $5 more to rig the vote. Alright, if it's 50-50, we'll tiebreak it to Ethiopia. Only over half the people win if there's 2 options. That's true. And also assuming everyone votes. Like, the thing about the United States is, like, 18% of the country decided on, like, the winning candidate in the last presidential election. Like, if you think about it, which is, like, wild, because, like, only 1/3 of the population votes or whatever. Sitting here a little bit worried, are we? But there is going to be more unique companies in China, I suppose, in the more unique companies mod. Mainly because China's bigger. Also, China had some absolutely insane-looking bank companies. Oh, man. It's gonna be Ethiopia time, isn't it? We are watching the poll with great pain. One more vote. Come on, folks. Oh no, it's pulling away from Ethiopia. Let's at least give it a fair shake though. We'll take a look at Ethiopia's potential companies. How do I vote twice? Someone asking the real questions, finally. Rigged. Chat saw the pain on my face as I realized that we were gonna play Ethiopia. They decided to not vote for suffering. Doesn't look like they have unique companies, but the dev for Better Politics said that they did have unique stuff for the Better Politics mod, which is maybe an adopt Gregorian calendar? Is this the unique flavor? The cabinet? Modernizer debate? Yeah, unknown planet? Guys, Qing voters are fraudsters. Yep. The if you could pick one country to not run against, I suppose it's either Qing or Japan, isn't it? You guys need to see the best general in the game, Big Daddy Tewodros. Ethiopia was a fun joke round 1, but not round 2. I don't understand, but democracy is democracy. Well, we have 5 seconds left, which means, from your guys' perspective, your vote won't matter because there's like a 20-second delay. But, Qing won. A tragedy for Team Ethiopia, but a win for generalist sanity. Truly, we lost another one. I do feel bad though. You guys used the $25 worth of Ethiopia agitation. Democracy is dead, boys. Ship it. We need managed democracy. Where's that when we can get it? Where's the electoral college when you need it? True. You know what I thought about? We could go deeper in the tank with the democracy. Qing needed a 60% majority? What? Someone's making up new rules. They won with 55%. I said if it was a tie, we would give it to Ethiopia. But it was not a tie. Good night, all. I'm out. I'm sorry, Yankees fan. I'm sorry you hate democracy so much. Jeez. This is, diminished, right? The starting GDP? Maybe this is what it was. I know our investment pool contribution rate is going to be way lower than it used to be. Only 38k for manor houses. It's only wealth voting when he agrees with the outcome. Not like this. If we round for significant figures, it's basically 50%, so therefore Ethiopia. Yes, yes, yes. How do I dislike the video? As quickly as possible, clearly. So we will be playing as Qing. We get the Confucian state. I wonder... So it looks like we have several things from Better Politics, I assume, that are going to be adding some content to us. We do not have advisory board enacted. So legal restrictions. The emperor has too much power. Fair. We need to, for here, it does not have the Confucian as state religion. Westerners have emerged victorious. Great Qing has enacted hereditary bureaucrats. At least one of these. Got it. And then Mandate of Heaven, we're doing pretty hot. Winning Opium Wars. Oh, is this just... It's just changed to be a progress bar. Carthage sucks? How dare you? Can we get, is our mod in chat right now? Can we time out Yankees fan? Emperor needs more power. Let's take a quick look at our journal entries that we might have. Okay, we have the Gregorian calendar again. Pretty sure, We prefer the unholy calendar because of the bureaucracy reasons. Heavenly Kingdom, it's probably a little bit complicated to try and force ourselves. Okay. Let's check our laws. Because we were told we would start out agrarian and also tenant farmers, which is a significant uptick. Oh, we start out with no social security? Yikes. Do we have any institutions? Ah, we do. I remember we do get kicked in the nuts by virtue of... Yeah, so we're going to decrease media regulation. Each one of these is costing us an insane amount of bureaucracy. So this is going to be a really painful one. Looks like one of the mods reverted the minus manor house reinvestments. 40k on traditionalism is high. We're not on traditionalism. We're on agrarianism already. Time me out, what? I'm not even here. I left the stream. Yeah, that is a better politics adjustment. So, wait, we can go religious schools on Qing? Not that I think we want to. I think we're supposed to get off of this as quickly as possible. We want to move on to this. What do we require? What do we need to be able to get onto this? Do we need people in government that support it? I know we need at least 20% enactment chance to start a law. I think that's probably going to be what the thing is. Pre-modern diplomacy. Ugh. Minus influence and prestige. Okay. And we want to get off of some of these. I think. Emperor approved base, to be honest. Don't think we want to promote absolutist values or a state religion. Womp womp reinvestment. You need pro-army to win Opium Wars? Is that Tuwu? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be an option for us with our current level of political rigidity. Maybe if we manipulated clout through generals, it would be. Because we need over 20% in order to pass laws. Regressive tax. Why did you rename it? I guess I'll just have to dodo again next start. I do feel bad because you ask for Ethiopia every time. But also, the second aspect, don't necessarily want to do it. Can't you delete all your ports? We want to actually fight it. I don't think we want to cheese it. Just like I don't think we want to cheese corn laws. I think we're going to go with the minus mill goods cost. Just because in the long run, I think we are going to want to do that. And then here we have media regulations. This character would be antagonistic. Yeah, but we'd have maximum synergy. Let's see if we can change some of our PMs here. And then Beijing, we're going to make focused hardwood. Sichuan. I'm trying to do all the places that are on rivers, we do focused hardwood production. We wanted to get off of this really quick. Too federated. I don't know why we... So I guess we need the village interests in, along with the military interests, maybe? And then we need to do a sway? But we can't start a law. Let's do this, this. We can't start a law on our current level. Unless I'm missing something about us being able to start that law. There we go. So I think we wanted federated. And now that it's being enacted, we need to convince guys that this is the best law, but we really just need to convince the scholar officials. Oh, it costs us 47 to sway per each. We could promise them a cabinet position. But I think we're going to get multiple sways in here, so now we don't need to keep these guys in government, so let's reform to something a little bit more legitimate, a cooperative legislature. Oh, the 1% success movement's going to be actually kind of really obnoxious. Let's maybe keep in the... No. Yeah, okay. Let's keep this like this. Because that we should have much more. Enactment chance. Alright, let's take a look at this. I think almost certainly... Oh my god, we don't even have classical physics invented. That tracks, but... Big painful. I think we go stock exchange because of Mappy. I think it's still kind of the open. Connor's very good. He's a pro streamer. You should listen to him. You could learn some things. Damn. Damn. We need pro army. We don't have a way to get pro army. Mill goods for Qing. Can't see that being used. I'll accept your apology for rigging the vote. If the next start you only play Ethiopian miners in the poll. I mean, that's the funniest poll. Did you start with agrarianism? Yeah, you did. Also, for saying my name wrong again, I apologize for that. The way it really reads like Nike's fan, but it is Yankees fan. Alright, so let's... What places have a lot of infra available and also, to our knowledge, are going to be places with a lot of resources? Kind of these two, and are on rivers. It's kind of a pretty narrow band of stuff. I guess we could build a couple here. And maybe we don't even need as many construction sectors as we think we need. Wait, what the fuck is giving us such a monstrous malice here? Or a penalty to being... We went from being minus 1.5k to minus 1.6. Is this because of the law we're passing? Don't think we like that. That's actually really uncomfortable. We're getting very little from this, so... Let's maybe do this. And try and push things a little bit in these states. And then... we could promote social mobility. I think we're going to encourage manufacturing in Beijing. Social mobility is going to be good in Jiangxi. This is the highest pop state. I think the second highest is Southern Anhui. Looks like that would make us pass laws slower, so I think we go with this. And now we have the problem of how we're going to try and win the Opium Wars. I assume antagonistic armed forces and cabinet. Oh, you're probably right. Plus 4%. Wow, just plus 4% is causing that? Should we cheese the Opium Wars? If we deck on Portugal, Great Britain will have to join. Or they will join because defensive. Do you lose the 15% as well? Or we had like a 15% bonus and we lost it? That might be it. I don't know, that's like really uncomfortable kind of... Okay, now it's back down to... Alright. Looks like we got some unique Morgenroete flavor there for China. I'm still not sure exactly how we want to resolve the Opium Wars. Normally we kind of test drive this stuff a little bit. I don't think we want the inept guy. I have a sneaking suspicion he's going to be bad at his job. We could specifically look for a ton of guys with a really good trait that gives +5 flat defense. Your best when you go full min-max at your best? It's gonna be a little bit tough to like full min-max because part of that involves testing. But isn't there a thing where you can't complete Boxer Rebellion journal entry without treaty ports in your country? I'm not sure. We're gonna try and... I think we're gonna try and fight it. Take treaty port in Norway, use it as a hop-off point against the UK when the Opium War kicks up. Liberate Wales, profit. Interesting. All ministers must be appointed. We do have ministers appointed, but one of them is like belligerent or mad at us. You like Mappy? High Valiant? Aww. What if we declare on Portugal beforehand? I mean, this would be cheesing it, but if we declare war on Portugal before doing this... Well, this event's going to time out first. I wonder what happens if we open with declare on Portugal. Wow, it takes forever to save. What the hell? We've 90 days close to. So if we do take treaty port on this, Great Britain joins. I imagine, you know what, they'll probably join for take treaty port anyways, in which case the war gets bricked. What if they ignore the opium ban because we're handsome? True. Utah, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so the reason why Connor was suggesting pro-army is because we can't add conscripts that are cannons currently. We do want to declare on Portugal if we're going to fight the fight. We could try some timing where we don't go for it immediately. We could also... We could see if they just join these guys all natural. We actually don't want them to back down, but UK, let's see if UK joins for nothing. Transfer Landfang, and UK is supporting. So now I think we have to do something. Right? And then ban opium. Or will the UK just start their own war? They could start their own war against us, can't they? So this would be... thing. When you peace with Portugal, don't take the treaty port in case the journal entry for the Boxer Rebellion is broken in better politics like it is in vanilla. Don't ban opium, but embargo the UK. I think this works for us right here. But I think we have to let this escalate all the way. And somehow avoid... Well, we kind of don't want to give them Western Guangdong, right? Wait, are neither of these war goals primary? Are neither of these war goals primary? Good luck with the war, buddy. They can't start their own war? Can't they... Oh, you're right, because they can't... Yeah. I'm used to, as a player, being able to cheese it. So, yeah, let's ban this stuff. Okay. And... unfortunately... I mean, we could add cavalry. Do we have any cavalry? Let's mobilize all the units with cavalry. The idea being that cavalry actually has way more defense, for us at least right now, than, if I recall correctly... Oh, it doesn't. Because we're on Hussars. Yikes. Alright, this might take some creative microing. I don't know how much we need to conscript. If they back down, you can? Yeah. How could they even do 2 secondary war goals? I thought one always needed to be primary. The problem is we're going to have to... we don't get a truce if we just back down to Portugal here. Unless I'm misremembering how this works. So we need the war to escalate. Offense 2.8? Yeah. Defense isn't much better. And we don't have, like, any type of mobilization options that'll really, truly help. Maybe we merge some of these. Eventually we will delete down army. Well, I don't know how much we need to wood chipper our own guys to try and win this. It's probably a lot. Gonna recruit or conscript out of these places that are likely to get unemployment as a result of dyes and opium being auto-constructed. Kind of at the first. So North China, yeah. The outset here. Let's merge up our fleets, although we might have to get a little creative with how this works. Fortunately, the UK has no war goals on us, so if we lose this, we still win the Opium Wars. And the question is, do we want to take anything additional off of them? Probably not. Tactful generals are key. Oh, I don't want to spend forever recruiting generals. That's probably true, though. General evolving until we get tactful? Yeah. No, I think that's probably correct as well. The thing is, we can't fire generals. A little bit annoying. Or you have to wait an extended period of time. These guys are at the front. But at the very least, even if we don't get tactful, we should have some amount of... Well, the problem is these guys aren't going to be too much better with... There we go, there's one. The good old +5 defense. And then... see if... no, it doesn't have tactful. Let's try and find... I mean, we could... what do we want? Probably 3 would be a good number. 2 for down here and 1 for... one for defending the naval HQ. Let's actually also just look and see if any of our guys at base have it that we're not currently using. Alright, Stalwart Defender will play though. We'll have him defend the home HQ. Pious. Hedonist. Alright. You put your entire army into like 2 armies, so you don't need that many tactfuls. It won't... pretty sure it just selects the tactfuls anyways. Because it's supposed to select the best general, but... my degree of confidence in that is really low, though, so... because military is not something I focus on that much, but it actually does really matter for the Qing Open. We could probably stand to merge some of these up, though. Preferably the ones that don't have conscripts in them. We could also just wait and see who's leading the battles. I wonder how hard this is to enforce. You know what we should have... we probably should take something like, I don't know if we have enough time now. I think we should take Guyana. I don't think we have enough time. East and Western Guangdong. Jesus, that's so painful. I don't think we want to get that cute. Alright, so maybe this is not the absolute most min-maxed start because we're not getting right territories. Ooh, we have this. Lands far beyond China have been conquered by the Great Qing in the last 2 centuries, the steppes of the Mongolia to Manchuria, etc., etc. We have to integrate and have turmoil low. Interesting. Alright. We'll tell them to do their worst. It doesn't consistently choose the best general in your experience. We'll try and keep an eye on it. If it does, if it's not choosing the tactful guy, we'll reorganize the armies as needed. I suppose we could use a couple more generals in here anyway. It will definitely be a little obnoxious if it doesn't pick the tactful, but I also think that that's... yeah. Adamant Defense will help out a lot too. Does Adamant Defense just change this? Or just change it when they roll it. Well, we'll have a little crack at seeing what happens here. Landfang goes idiot mode to open the thing. Alright, well... that is a way to open. Huh? They're just like, you know what? Fuck this popsicle stand. We out. Hey, Potrak, how's it going? Backing down 100% gives a truce, but not on Great Qing or on... we need the truce on Great Britain. Are you sure it gives secondary participants a truce? I don't think it does. Yeah. Usually if you go to Singapore day 1, they add a treaty port, but if you back down, they still don't get it. Yeah, we wanted to do one where we actually have to fight, I think. Alright, there we go. So is this the tactful? It's not. Okay. Fair, fair, fair. So let's merge. Let's keep the woodland combat expert here and just pull everyone else off. And then I think this is our tactful guys in here. No. But let's merge the 236 stacks. The 35 and the bordered yellow banner. That's not the bordered yellow banner, is it? Ambitious woodland combat. Happy to roll a guy with adamant defense. Less happy about the other guys. Let's see, we have a 20 stack here with these guys, and why don't we merge them with the... why don't we merge this with the bordered yellow banner army? Or sorry, bordered white banner. Are there really 2 bordered white banner armies? That's the plain white banner, sorry. My mistake. And then I think this is the army. Yeah. Stalwart defender, let's keep. That guy will move. That guy will move. Okay. Now we have this 52 stack and this 30 stack. I think supply a weak terrain. Do we know what type of terrain this is? Honestly, like, never pay attention to terrain stuff. Unless we already, like, know what it is. I think supply does give... No, it doesn't. There's a different one that gives, like, when you're fighting in your own territory, it's better. Let's do that. And then... Oh, that's killing our mobilization, our organization. Alright, then let's get these guys out. We'll keep the cautious guy, we'll keep the defensive strategist. Let's get this guy out. So we'll merge the 52 and the 30 stack now. Where's our tactful guy? So we'll merge actually this with the Gili green, or we need to merge with the Sichuan green standard army and the Gili army. Okay, so now we have two armies on the front, not so many generals anymore. Let's also do some of this. And do some of this. And then... Where's our tactful guy? I thought he was there. Is he not? Check a what? I know we rolled one. Okay, that's our 130 stack, 82 stack. A 40 stack? Did we go dum-dum mode? I might have gone dum-dum mode. And moved him out of commanding any troops. There we go. There he is. We'll merge him with Bordered Yellow Banner is a really big one. Gili Green Standard is our other one. Okay. Something like this. Surveyors, home territories, that one makes sense. Minus 50% war, war is Jover. Troops are off front right now. Yeah, we can assign a lot more troops onto the front. So Seeing if any of these guys have any good traits. We kind of just, like, don't want to dilute the traits a ton, but I guess it's maybe the soup we're swimming in. Cautious is kind of an okay one. We'll do this. Plain white banner. We will merge with the plain blue banner, but not send any of the troops. Or not in any of the generals. Plain red, we will merge with the plain blue. And look to pull out down this disadvantage number. A little bit. Plain blue. And we'll merge these as well. We have one with cavalry. I suppose it doesn't matter too much what's in it. Do we not have anything left? Alright, there we go. Why can't we recruit? They need either Landfing or our capital here. And we just have to wait out the UK getting them forced out. Hell yeah, brother. Tech spread. Let's go. We will have to modernize. The debate begins. You need to become their subject? Wait, what? Oh, stealing the block, yep. Dead max, but we can't go into... There's bankruptcy meta's dead. It's Jover. No, is this the UK just actually not contributing a lot of troops? That's cute. EIC unfortunately also joined. We kind of don't like that. But it doesn't look like they're contributing that many troops because they don't have any war goals, which is hilarious. I don't think we want 3 phases to get whatever. I think we'd rather get this. Because now we're only 6 off, so... next phase, we can, after we move to consideration, we can change things. 2 defense. Shout out to our guys, huh? I mean, looks like these guys are pushing us, but... And we can't land. What are the odds we could just cheese the landing on their capital? Huh? There's no way we get in on 5 troops, is there? With the conscripts there. That was an instant pass? It passes? It was just 3 passes? Oh, okay. I'm not understanding how it works then. But I think they can't decay us below 0 unless they take Lan Fang. Maybe we're supposed to transfer over the tactful guy over there. Well, maybe we should have gotten more than just 1 tactful guy, though. '91 war support. Do we really think it lasts that much longer? The problem is this navy blocking us right here. I mean, we haven't mobilized literally everything, but... Wait, what is this, even? Why does it say 33? Oh, because it can command 33? There's another tactful guy. And we can put him into the bordered yellow banner army. Let's swap this guy out, actually. Because he might have a mission for us. And then we'll swap the tactful guy in. And then where's the guy we swapped out, who now commands a tiny... Where's our offensive guy? We gave a small army, or a small little thing. The guy we transferred out from here, I thought we gave him a 7 stack. I guess we didn't transfer it over, so we just gave him a 0 stack, so he's somewhere in here. But he was on defensive, so he should be a little bit easier to find. He should be all by himself, too. Yeah, this guy. Delu Wang. So he's in the 24th Army. And then from here we will transfer a little bit of Cav 7 to Delu Wang, the 24th. Is that guy not mobilized, my friend? He's not, but we can't get in there. We have to... These guys don't have a lot of organization yet, so they can't do a landing anyways. think those guys do either. Oh, this is looking rough. Raise the rank on your tactical generals. I'm pretty sure it increases the ones that they command. Okay. We have mostly good traits on these guys. Let's increase this guy as well then. Merge this onto the 82 stack. We'll just send all the troops. And we'll try and meat grinder them. Someone fails the test. Truth hurts. These guys are in North China. Let's give them another general in case we want to split them. Let's use this guy right now. See if we can start getting a little bit creative with landings and start trying to enforce a little bit. We should have gone for any British war goal that we could have landed on, because this would allow us to tick them faster. But we could just mad lad it up right now. Looks like we're losing a little bit slower here. Don't think we like this guy. But if Great Britain is not going to defend back here, we probably should have split the Navy. Considering as soon as they advance far enough north, we will be able to do stuff on them. Finished a single job application, took me a whole ass hour. That's rough. Oh, maybe we shouldn't have chosen that option. We can also choose the conscript option, but looky, we got hooky. Very cute, super kawaii. God, we're so fucking handsome, I guess. Always kind of a stressful opener here. Is this... So don't mind us, just rapid advancing. Don't mind us. Don't mind us one bit. Just advancing rapidly. Nothing to see here, guys. Nothing to see here, nothing interesting. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't want them getting defeated. But also, maybe... Maybe. I don't see a navy. I ain't heard no bell. There's no navy there, and they're waking up to actually push the front. That's gonna be a problem for them. No, there's an army though. We can't beat that shit. We ain't beating that. Back here, though, things are looking real bad. I suppose they're not really on... Well, that guy's tactful. Yikes. Let's do some of this. I mean, either way, we don't lose the Opium War here, so it's going to be good. We just don't want to have to give up 2 states, but, like, that would not be the end of the world, giving 2 states to Portugal. Here. Sorry, I'm feeling vindictive today. Oof. I would too after losing that vote. You could have played Ethiopia, just saying. Yeah. Do be a little rough. Invade Portugal? We can't. They have like an 8 stack. A 6 stack defending. Nothing we can't land into this with only 15 navy. Unless they move it. To be fair, these 6 stacks are just gonna unalive real quick. We'll probably move the 6 stacks over here. But the idea here is that their war score, or UK's war score, depletes here. But I guess it's not really bearing out. This guy is like super uber cock blocking us. Maybe we should have built navy to open. I don't know. If the EIC stopped fighting us too, that would also be incredibly helpful. I guess they don't have anything here. I mean, we're gonna do that, but then I think maybe we try and do this. And then Landfang wants their own market. That makes sense. I mean, we should be able to knock out this navy. Like, we couldn't knock out the other navy, but we can knock out that navy. So, I guess bringing our navy back here makes sense again. UK is at least sending troops there instead of towards the other front. I think we'd be okay with a white peace too. And they don't have a lot of war support here anymore anyway. I think we go empiricism because quals, maybe not. Could go Atmo engine. I guess we need to do that to go Atmo. Yeah, it's looking like we're going to be able to just kind of white peace out of here. Your reinvestor multiplier goes down faster between 40 and 50. Oh yeah, you're responding to someone else, I think, with that one. What's the war support? Well, the war support is, surprisingly, the UK has a ton of war support. I feel like I don't understand that too well, but the question is do we want to try and push for the treaty port or just content ourselves with a white peace? And I think it's the latter. Although, we actually should make an adjustment here. which is that we kind of want to start a couple wars, even if we're not going to finish them. Like, especially this one here in Gaza. The idea being the UK can only join during escalation. Well, I guess I should have read that event. Yikes. Hong Shi Huan's third failure. After failing his third civil service announcement. No! He was so overwhelmed. No, no. No. Does it give us the option to become Protestant? Protestant seems better than the other religion now, to be honest. Alright, so we have a battle here. Are we just landing into, like, infinite troops, or what's going on? This is not going so well. Looks like we can get a white piece here, though, so let's take a save. And see what we can do. He failed an exam and found God. Pretty much. Hey, Extreme, how's it going? Not the older brother. I think, I'm not sure we want to end the war yet, actually. Is this weird type of, circumstance we find ourselves in. Because... let's build this up to economies of scale here. Because the UK will join every single war against us that they possibly can. I guess... do they have their... they don't have their hooks in here. So let's actually maybe... I don't think we're going to be able to get the treaty port. I think that's super fine. What they hotfix, a whole bunch of stuff. Big ones are the hyper-discriminated pop group can now convert religion, which might change the meta. They nerfed subsistence farms considerably, which makes Qing a lot worse, so I guess we're playing Qing. Oh, chat might be able to help you out a little bit. I'm starting to get a little fuzzy. There are, like, several big changes that, they nerfed Bankruptcy, so, like, Bankruptcy is not potentially meta anymore. Let's stand all these armies down. All these big armies. I guess we could have actually started a war with Transvaal. In a way that we, like, now can't. But, it's probably okay. Dynamic government. Holy shit. We're dynamic? Is that because we didn't enforce our war goals? Wait, how are we dynamic? Chica, what? Alright. Well, I guess we're gonna get federated through with like 100% chance, like really quick now. We get a flood. God damn it. Floods are... I think it said it was in northern Anhui. We'll do some of this. Really strong modifier. This might also be helping with some of the starving stuff. Kind of want to import opium here, to be honest. And let's merge these with the respective 6 stacks that we'd split them off from. This goes in the plain yellow army. And we win the Opium War. Yay. Kind of. I suppose, to be fair, it was not a victory as much as it was a status quo that allows us to not lose the Opium War. Staying at war reduces your rigidity, that's why. Oh. Well, we're still at war, and our rigidity is increasing. I think there was some sort of event or something that really pushed us. I mean, we're gonna get federated, which is gonna be very nice. Oh no, they're migrating. Oh, something happened. We went from like 88 to a much lower percentage. It wasn't us becoming not rigid though, we're still rigid. I think we want to do this for journal entry reasons. With that state, we might want to trade to Russia, though. We didn't even improve relations with people? RIP. We were just so focused on the opener here. Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that. So now we are no longer at war. If we declare on Great Qing, though, we get clapped by the UK. Federated is about to nuke your bureaucracy? Yeah, I know. Our bureaucracy is kind of pre-nuked as it stands. You know, maybe we're actually supposed to promote social mobility for qualifications reasons. I forgot about this. So I think we'll do this. And then in each of these places, we'll push the EOS up. Or the number of whatever buildings, because we really kind of need those badly. The administrative buildings. And then we have some infamy decay coming for us. And we can declare for Bolivia and just not enforce it ever. If we start to get low. Which is kind of what the strategy is. This is what we were thinking of what it would look like optimally on Japan a while back, but then I decided I didn't want to do that for the Jewish Japan run. Was you don't have any boats, you can't navally land, but you could just start wars and just sit in them forever. And I guess we want to be at war for like rigidity reasons. So and maybe there's an off chance they just back down, which would be great, and we can start expanding our power block. Rigidity from war is based on your war support? Oh, it's because we got infinite occupied. Okay, got it. That makes sense. Maybe we should have stayed at war longer then. God, we've gotten 3 negative harvest conditions. Where's our positive harvest condition? Looks like in good shape here. Subjugation of Cape Colony has raised fears amongst conservative reformers. I mean, I think they already dislike us. I have a sneaking suspicion. Great Britain doesn't join against us here? That doesn't seem correct. Brazil joins against us, but we could just not put any war goals in on Brazil and they'll time out, so that's not a problem. We'll just put in something like this, probably some more war goals, make it likely for them to just back down. Yeah. But we will not put any war goals in on Brazil. Because then they won't just auto tick out, and I think that's what we want here. Oh, someone's mixing it up early and often. I don't think we want to fight against Great Qing. Or sorry, we definitely don't want to fight Great Qing. But so now we're researching Atmo engine. We have to remember to research only up to 10K here. I think we have... Do we not have any universities? No, we don't. Okay, so we'll build 2 to hit the journal entry. 2 in the capital. Especially because we could actually really use some universities. And I think we'll build 1 in each of these states. And we'll try and focus on these states here at the outset of the game. Jiangxi, so just to kind of clarify why, this is the most populous state in all of China, and is kind of one of the best states, if not the best state to build super tall. You get extra Mappy here as well. Yunnan, you also get the Mappy River bonus, but this is one of the states that has an enormous amount of iron and coal. Shaanxi is also in that boat. They get agricultural... They also get a river bonus here. And then Beijing does not get a river bonus. They get the coal bonus, but most importantly, this is the capital. And it's going to be a pretty good place to build early on. I guess we could swap iron frame and import iron. I don't know if we can import enough. Let's start swapping. Never stop stopping. Never swap stopping. Stop swapping stopping. And then we'll put import prioritization on it. And import from the Sikh, and the British, and the Spanish, and the Russian. Unfortunately, Mappy is a significant problem. We'll also turn these ones on to iron frame. Should help a little bit. What are we doing in terms of money? We're effectively losing 40k right now, but we also have a huge buffer. The thing we do need to focus on is this bureaucracy, though. It's a little unfortunate that the war with them actually does pop. Kind of hoping they would just back down. It's not the end of the world. I do think that for this we will need a much bigger navy. Then I think this is the province that has the good stuff. Right? Do you have the bonus? You do have the bonus. Let's So we'll just get up to like a 40 stack there. And we no need to mobilize. They're not gonna... Or if they try and land us, they try and land us. Imperial Examination, poor class. Once again, the time has come for the Imperial Examinations. Not like this. This guy, he was sad with his brother. Not like this. Oh, are we frozen? Okay, no. We're good. We Gucci. Alright, so that's better politics mod. I'm glad it says what mod it is that's doing the things. Oh, they are trying to land us. Well then. I think we have one of these guys that has tactful. We'll just mobilize them. I think 40 irregulars should be able to defend just fine against, what is this, 14 guys? Yeah, that should be fine. You know, interestingly, maybe the thing to do is to actually to land Brazil here. Probably not. It's probably not. I think it's probably just a wait. How can I best turn the world Catholic and... Oh my god, I forgot about how this journal entry works. I feel silly now. Shoot. This only takes down when we're not at war. Right? The Great Qing is at peace. That's real bad. That's real bad on my part. We shouldn't have 100% not started this war. How about you land these nuts? True. Oh, that's so bad. That's gonna give the UK a chance to declare war on us. We will then try and win this war. That was my bad. DLC is kind of only India content, so you kind of answer your own question. Wait, what? Yeah, if you don't play in the India region, it's not like worth it in a sense. I am throwing really hard, actually. A lot of bureaucracy problems, eh? I think we have to appoint one of the -1 costs, or that those are going to be a lot better. These guys are going to have shit synergy, though. We definitely can't add an institution right now. Of the things we could do, adding an institution is so far from what we can do. Landed voting, maybe? Landed gentry really hate that, though, for us. Maybe we just pass one of these bad boys. Just gives us a ton of prestige, I guess, maybe. What do we need to pass this? We need romanticisms, which we don't have. Oh, this is never getting through, though. Not without serious concessions. Plus 50% legislative ability penalty from ideological incompatibility. I mean, this seems better. Am I missing something? Really gets rid of the legislative penalty. Pops like it a lot more. Let's just do it. The concern is if it gives us like more rigidity, we don't like it. Yeah, that never lands. Oh, just Uber shot ourselves in the foot here. Charles's favorite streamer to abuse. It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough, Tarkus. I think we really actually did super. Minus 7k is a lot of tax waste, yeah. Might as well just not tax at all and live off minting, true. Like, really doesn't make a difference. God, we needed to not start this war, though. In my head, it was just 5 years no matter what, not 5 years. I don't think we have a load, also. Why wouldn't you want to be more rigid, basically? It's gross that the 6 stack can defend against our 30 stack. We just, like, don't have a military. Maybe we're just supposed to... Wait, what? Oh. I didn't think they'd be able to land into the 40 stack. That was my bad as well. The 40 stack with the tactful guy. Things are going a little bit rough for China right now. That's all I gotta say. We could do this to make them happy. That's not gonna work, but this other landing is. I mean, Brazil will get them forced out eventually. I wonder if we're supposed to actually just build more construction right now. So we can... Well, actually, we're trying to drain the investment pool. Investment pool's growing. We should just do this. Rather than building the more construction. Wait, what the hell? Uh-oh. Wee woo. Bug alert. We cannot re-land over here. Scuffed run is scuffed, the truth hurts. So you're saying there's a bug. I mean, we can't advance the other way. Hey guys, how many battles have we won on this front? This is kind of a bug I wanted to inspect for. That someone pointed out. I wonder if your troops get XP from all those wins. Oh. Jimmy's thinking with his dipstick. Well, the thing is, we can't really push them here. So I think we even just get enforced on here. If we can't reland here. I think we might be feeling swapping sides and white piecing, though. Because this is clearly a bug. And had we known we would not be able to reland behind, we would have conducted ourselves a little bit differently. Mainly just actually mobilizing a much bigger army. We could make them capitulate, but I don't think that that's what ends up happening here, like, in a kind of normal sense. I think it's just kind of a... Well, actually, we would just wait for Brazil to get capitulated out. And just deal with the fact that we would have to fight the UK again, maybe. Companies are seeming way more strong now. In Russia in 1856, and the logging company has 35 levels already, and Lil Pop, which I recently added, has 38. What is that in terms of percentage of your logging, or percentage of the other thing? Because if it's over 40%, they're probably better than 1.7. Yeah, maybe we white piece here. I don't know, I hate to ruin the graph, but we're also so early in the run that ruining the graphs isn't that big a deal. Brazil numero uno? Yeah. Wait. Basically. I mean, like, this is a pretty obnoxious bug. I don't know. Gotta head out for a while. How'd the Portugal-Great Britain war go? That one went well. Our subsequent war, we kind of... I misremembered how the journal entry works. So the journal entry only ticks while you're at peace. And so that was really my mistake, and it's a pretty significant mistake. And we just needed to chill out and not declare any more wars. And instead, I declared a war that I knew we would not be able to enforce for a very long time. With the idea being that we could just sit on the war for forever, and in that way we get to accumulate infamy decay. But then we ended up getting landed in the war, which is, okay, no big deal, we'll just re-land behind. But apparently if you're landing your own territory, you can see here we keep winning, and we're at 100% occupation, and we cannot land the territory. So I don't think that this is working as designed. I don't remember anything in the thing. Yeah. So I'm thinking we might do a little cancel and reinvade. Okay, we could try that. Yeah, it's just we're winning infinite battles and not occupying. They seem to have fixed financial districts having insane wages. That's good. Low percentages right now, but it's very early game. Yeah. No, I understand that it's like, it's not super late yet. Right, it's only 20 years in. I think what we're going to do is we're going to swap sides and we're going to wipe beasts. I think that's a fair enough compromise, because we would not be getting enforced on by these guys. We would just instead be in a really long war that would be very obnoxious. But I also don't think we're enforcing on them, unless we, like... Well, eventually we might enforce on them, but I think that this is fine. Wait, what? Oh, Brazil has to say yes. That also kind of works. Deoccupies everything. I think we will... So we have this proposed. But we can't send another one, I guess. Imperial examination time. To be fair, this should wind up being like a long drawn-out war, which I'm not sure if this is bad for us. It probably is. Oh, do we maybe not want to do Emperor and Pointon? Because we had the Emperor's Too Powerful journal entry. So Second Great British War likely? Yeah, but we won't have as big of penalties. Yeah, Brazil is being based, refusing to end wars. I mean, we can check the offense and defense of these guys, but I don't think it's enough to actually get in on anyone here. Maybe we get super cute with it, we could do it. But I think we'll just repropose white peace and swap and, wait, why can't we just not do this anymore? The penalties are not decaying? Are they not? Really? Real? There's another penalty. I know there's some penalty that's decaying. Maybe they changed that. Oh, you were right. That's gonna suck hard. We're gonna get a second war with the UK. Unless we can reset attitudes or do something like that. It's looking like a really grim start, everyone. Literacy's going up, at least. We have to make sure we don't over-research this. Or bureaucracy, just pain. The Lost Opium Wars one is decaying, yeah. That makes sense. That's the one we're used to seeing more often. Maybe we couldn't go federated so quickly, actually. The mapping is really good, but I just think that this was actually probably a mistake too with Better Politics mod. It's just too expensive, the institutions. And we don't have an institution we can get rid of. We can't get rid of this. I don't think. Oh, wait. feel like I'm playing AI Qing. Or we're just gonna build government administrations and then bankrupt a whole bunch. Feels very, very not ideal. Yeah, maybe we should have just played Ethiopia. The truth hurts. We could have played Ethiopia. We should have played Ethiopia. Because I don't know how we avoid bankruptcy here. In the long term. We're just... Well, something changed by like 2k here. Then that's not so bad. I think we also can increase taxes a little bit. It just, it's a very small dent in the thing. But we did get that from the other thing. You know what, we don't need these naval bases anytime soon. Is there any place with qualifications? No. God, they're just going to be super slow to employ. Okay. Those places have really high pops. Shopkeeper and farmer investment is pretty nice. Is he reading the chat? I am? Does it not seem like I'm... Does it seem like I'm not reading the chat? Coulda, shoulda, woulda. The truth hurts. Nothing more painful than the truth. Yeah, I believe we committed an error here. Are we stacking multiple of those modifiers? Minus bureaucracy multiple times is actually incredibly rough. Our advisors would reject. So let's try and sway the village interests here. Blackmail their leader too. Pre-recorded. There's a delay in chat. Yes, 30 seconds on the stream and 30 more seconds to the brain. That's generous to the brain. Generous to the brain there with that one. Trying to decrease expenses here. Maybe a little bit risky, but... I want to import opium so that we can get profitable trade routes, man. God, we just have really shit mappy right now. So even our trade's not going to be that effective. This feels like it's probably just not enough to, like, really do anything substantive. I don't even think our trade centers are owned by capitalists, which maybe we're okay with. Just trying to stimulate. I think we just have to swap back to something else. Oh, we lost our other thing, though. We lost the initial one. There's no going back. Maybe devolved is okay? Plus tax capacity? This gives the most tax capacity. Would you say the change for shopkeepers going from 5% to 20% changes the value of pops going for mutual funds? Wait, did they change it so shopkeepers invest 20%? I don't think I saw that. I haven't really thought about this before, but since mercantilism trade centers are shopkeepers, wouldn't that potentially improve their profitability? It does. Surely super capitalism bros will be back with laws and modded playthroughs soon. 20% mappy, that feels horrible. Yeah, there's a thing that gives plus mappy, but that is why we can't really trade that much right now. So if we take a look, 70%, and this is with having researched stock exchange already. And we can pay a bunch of bureaucracy to increase it, but that's like, No, I mean, the thing is, we just shouldn't have... The other law that you can use here is just not appearing here anymore, so I guess once you swap off of it, it's no longer eligible, but that's like, we had significantly less bureaucracy in that one, so we're actually just like, it's super Jovert or whatever. We could... What is our expenses exactly? Oh, we're just gonna get raked by interest. Our interest is actually just completely unsustainable. We have to bankrupt. Government wages, even with the low taxes. Yeah, these government administrations that we need to be building more of is just actually hemorrhaging us. I think this might just be like categorically unplayable, everyone. Unless we like rev reset our bankruptcy. I would say like we should just go bankrupt if they didn't introduce all the new bankruptcy penalties. I suppose we could take a look at the new bankruptcy penalties and just like vibe with them. Now, that's a lot of tax waste. Indeed it is. Yeah, I think that the bankruptcy still wouldn't solve the problem of us being unfederated. Is actually just apocalyptically bad. Maybe we see if we have a save that's like maybe reasonably timed. God. That feels bad. Like, because we're already, like, pretty deep into the stream. We wouldn't even get back to the point we're at. What do you think we should do, chat? Swap to Ethiopia? True. Especially because Yankees fan is gone. I actually kind of love that. He already left. We can let him know we swapped. We made the swap. God. Maybe we just end the stream. It's... Is there a way out here that's, like, reasonable? Can we vote to use different mods? No, not like 2 hours in. That's, too much of a project. The sacrifice of the Qing Hussars was for naught? Yeah, no. I mean, the person who made this mod tried to warn us that we would encounter some bureaucracy problems. I thought we were going to encounter just one level worth of bureaucracy problems, which would have been fine. But acquiring, like, what it, like, looks like basically, like, 3 levels of bureaucracy. Maybe we can change this around? Who's antagonistic? That helps a little bit. How do we get synergy higher? We don't. No shot anyone takes on our debt. That would be an out. Seems pretty Jover, chat. There goes hopes for my Laws Plus mod for this stream. The Laws mod would conflict with Better Politics, I think. BPM is intentionally sadistic with Qing. China fell apart for a reason. That's fair. Is the look at the... I know we had some bureaucracy penalties. I'm wondering if they're stacking. At least they don't start out with poor laws. But I don't think there's a good way out here. Other than maybe just eating a bankruptcy. Once you get the emperor appointed, you can select prime minister, which will give you a freer hand in choosing ministers for synergy. I mean, I don't think synergies... We're already at 75 synergy. It would have to be significantly more. Side the bill reluctantly. Oh, so we get this. Oh... Call an ambulance, it's for us. I think we appoint this guy. Because he has the same IG as like all of our cabinet. Our cabinet's all scholar officials. I assume that penalty goes away because it says interim. What if we're supposed to swap back to traditionalism, bros? No, the real painful one is we can't swap back to the thing that Federated came from. Oh, would this get rid of media regulation? This would get rid of the institution. Would this radicalize? Would radicalize some guys. I think that's kind of maybe our only hope. Scholar officials really fucking hate the law, though. There's no way. Basically, everything we do has to get through them. Is there a way we could get... We could promise them a cabinet position, except they have every cabinet position. Like, GXZ is cool and all, but it's horribly inefficient. Well, that's true. We could release a bunch. Hey, Zack Attack, how's it going? We are doing kind of... This is a little bit rough. To be honest, to be fair, I feel like fuckery from great powers had more of an impact than weak bureaucracy. Yeah. We could also see what happens once we get... I mean, we could try and pass this law. We would need to get... We have 23% yay. So we need to find 27% somewhere. To be fair, this is... 6, 13, 20. We need to convince very nearly every other interest group that currently doesn't support it. I don't know how doable that is. I know we can roll events that will give us plus, like, help, but... Hey! Hey. I mean, we could declare bankruptcy. I guess if we have to. I really hate rev resetting it. We could also rev reset, but... You can still offer the cabinet position and automatically complete it. If you release a bunch that's historical China... Oof. Well, if we promise them a cabinet position, it still takes us 49 sway per thing, so I don't even know if we have enough sways to get it in. No, we don't even have enough points that we can accumulate. We have to hope that we get plus values on these guys in some spots, and we can just sway literally everyone but them. mean, we could maybe even rev and swap sides, do something like this. The latest update made bankruptcy a lot worse. It did. It did. We're saying we still declare bankruptcy. I mean, we kind of don't want to roll progress as much as we want to roll events that give us plus enactment chance on some of these guys. Absolutists absolutely hate it. I mean, we've dealt with quite a bit of this, but now we're just... We don't have a good way to generate enough revenue to, like, stay above water here. Swap to Ethiopia. I'm still here. I'm just behind on stream. We could swap to Ethiopia. Yeah, we just needed to... The fact that we can't unpass that law is actually, like, big sad. There's no way to sway these guys, right? There's not. So this is kind of what we're looking for here. Oh, I thought it gave him plus 15. What the hell? Did we miss something? The other issue is that your buildings may not be net profitable because you are taxing subsistence farms. So you build them that cost more than the tax you're getting from it. I recognize, well, previously it had been such that it was worth it if you were running negative bureaucracy, basically always. But actually, the nerfs to sub-farms may make this not the case. So I'm not sure this is... Yeah, well, I'm not sure it's getting better, so yeah, maybe that's the analysis. Maybe we try and turn this into a... Does not have emperor appointed. Maybe we try and make this Heavenly Kingdom. In which case we kind of want to lose the Opium Wars, right? It was plus 15 for devout, not bureaucratic interests. Got it, got it. Happy Thursday, Bobski. I guess we just hope for more events. Yeah, I think there's... This has felt pretty unsalvageable for like an extended period of time here. Also, is maybe not like the thing to do with better politics. I guess we're just gonna bankrupt and then see. How much are we paying in interest? like 250k in interest, so only 100k deficit. Okay, so this will automatically pass it, right? So this is perfect. That actually might save us. So now we lose that institution. Well, Kurt. And we still might need to go bankrupt, but we actually might be in okay shape now. I managed to do corn laws in the first few years, so by 1844 have homesteading laissez-faire. The landowners petition for free trade. Nice. So, run might be saved, everyone. Persia multiplayer game. Managed to have Russia plus UK and Ottomans guarantee independence, for now at least. Got UK and France investments rights, too, to get from the get-go. I'm not sure if that's necessarily better, but it's you were doing the corn law stuff and getting that through is really good. That'll make you way more powerful. Yeah. Appointing bureaucrats was invaluable though, and building to get out of the bureaucracy deficit was important. On Japan. Yeah, I think we're in okay shape now here. Well, okay-ish shape. I think now this is turned into salvageable. Oh no. We spent too long researching this. Well, I guess that's fine enough. We're about to get Atmo engine as well. Which is going to be an important inflection point. Make the capital of mathematics. So lathe will not spread. Empiricism's not. Oh, we really want a company, but we really don't want to do that at that point. Yeah, do you think that's big for us? We do not want a foreign affairs institution. No, we do not. No. No. Wrong way. Is there a way that we can get on the landed voting without upsetting people? I think the people are probably already pretty mad. They are. I think we promised to do this, so we can try and do that in a quick time period here. Get some gold discovered, which that actually will make a pretty big deal too. So that'll give us some minting. I mean, we're still, the plan I guess is still just to bankrupt and cause a bunch of radicalism and then try and do it. But it's an RP game, so I don't mind investment rights. Okay, that makes sense. Also, I guess it probably makes people more likely to want to protect you. Voting is an institution that you wouldn't want that regardless. Oh, that's right. That's right. And you know, maybe this massive radicalism will actually come to be relatively useful for us. I don't know. This run seems very precarious. I think if you're watching, you could definitely learn from some of the stuff you've seen here. Big yikes. I think after this we go towards the line infantry. Actually, we could probably generate way more money with peasant tax. Let's be real. It's regressive as fuck, but per capita tax when we don't have any per capita is probably bad. Let's actually do this. We might even be able to claw out of this, which would be kind of insane. I think we're actually going to put these on auto... Well, I'm going to just keep kind of adding to these a little bit. Not in Beijing, because we're already at economies of scale in Beijing. You like the little new chat screen? Yeah, so people, the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat can see each other, if but for a brief moment. God, our trade is so freaking useless. We have trade routes, they're not gonna just do it. They're not gonna really do anything. I guess we can export prioritize here. Yeah, our mappy is too bad to trade. I guess that means that, alright, where do we have... Yeah, these are actually actively downsizing, so why don't we... Oh, that's silk. Try and do that. The huge extra mappy penalty is just really rough. Alright. So we win the opium thing. And then... get that hitch up in SOL. We're soon gonna destroy that. What's our minimum expected? And we're already running somewhat high taxes. Would we get a decent amount from... We would start... We're starting to get to the point where we'd get a decent amount from some of those. Pact of Hong Kong seems low social low social credit score. That's a huge relations hit. I guess it's doubled when you're unrecognized. We probably should have done that forever ago. Yeah, the interest is going to bury us here. So we just have to try and get out on the other side of this a little bit better. Open borders on chat is a huge milestone for Chatopia. True. True. I mean, we can prolong the time before we bankrupt by pushing specifically wood. I don't think it's hard to imagine it's avoidable, but once we get peasant tax in, things will be a little bit better. So I think they're over here, yeah. They are. Oh, we should probably declare war, huh? I think we can fight them. This will help our mandate generation, which probably isn't very good right now. Bankruptcy is like really looming super hard right now. I guess we really want to get this war finished before we get bankrupt. We are at well beyond the point of no return in regards to the credit line. Opium recovery generalist? Wait, what? We missed something? Looks like we're fine. But yeah, the interest rate is not one that... Unironically, we're gonna have to bankrupt. We know that our structured progress gets crushed when we do it. Sorry, when we bankrupt. So ideally we turn off our own queue a little bit before bankruptcy and use the private queue. The private queue is already like spent though, so gotta be at peace. We already completed it though. Oh, you weren't here when we completed it. We've already completed the Opium War. Bankrupt your casino fast? Yeah. He's maxing SOL with these high interest rates. Gotta re-inject, recycle, reuse, etc. And we're not getting in. Can't beat Argentina, the truth hurts. To be fair, we should have downsized the military like forever ago. Or like once we'd won the Opium War. Our mappy is so bad. We can't import anything. We're gonna stay at war with them, but we're not gonna enforce for some time, I think. I think we're just gonna be in Bankruptcyville. Can't beat Argentina's skill issue. Yeah, no, this feels incredibly rough. This is a very rocky start for us here in Great Qing. We are also like experiencing the fact that the investment pool is like kicked in the absolute nuts regarding sub-farm contribution, which is like normally something that allows you to go really hard is Great Qing. So I'm actually, if Great Qing is significantly weaker as a result of that, then I'm happy with that. Also, it means that perhaps the mod doesn't need to be as punitive on Great Qing if one of the adjustments Vanilla made is already substantive enough. I don't really know. We only have 18 guys, so I mean, we can transfer a few more guys over here. I mean, I guess we can make this an 18 stack, huh? So I think it'll need 2 irregulars and 3 hussars. We're also getting line infantry here. I think with our additional companies, we actually do really want to annex Korea, though. Oh, we accidentally made it 20. I still don't think these guys could get in, but we could check before we bankrupt here. And then we're just gonna bankrupt. I think that's the only play. I mean, if we started being a little bit more proactive earlier, we maybe could have made some adjustments. We can reset Qing attitude. They're protective towards us right now, though, so... World Conquest got nerfed this patch. Takes so much longer. That makes sense. Can you speak? What do you mean? Are we not talking right now? Chile trolling Arge? Yeah, a little bit. We are going to not start another building because we're going to bankrupt before we could complete it. So we're just going to leave this. In fact, we can't even do this one. So we're going to see if we can actually get in here and start enforcing on them, and then if the answer is no, which it looks like it is, we'll just bankrupt here. Alright. So, the new bankruptcy, boys. Extra loan interest rate, institution change speed. Minus Mappy is just so... This is going to be a time. This is going to be so painful. Minus Mappy, migration, interaction minus is like also just disgusting. I don't think our pops are allowed to leave. I think we have closed borders, right? Yeah, so they're not allowed to leave. Otherwise, they would all just leave when we bankrupt, but... So, can't go into debt. And the dark ages of China have begun. I'm gonna put some stuff on auto-expand. Namely, we have the 4 states that we're expanding in. We're going to make it so that we're auto-expanding in all of these in iron and coal. I think Beijing. And we are going to have to construct, like, entirely local markets now. Oh, we're dropping in power rank? Holy shit. We have 0 prestige. Wait, we have 0 prestige? Wait, what? We have 0 prestige? That's a very low prestige amount. That is a very low prestige amount. Pre-modern diplomacy? That's a low amount of prestige. So if we increase government wages, we will get above having a minus 100% penalty. Or will we? we get to a prestige of 1, chat. Travis learns what it's like to be the AI, basically. Well, I don't think we could do that. Well, we are getting peasant tax here. Okay, so say everyone say hi to our power block. Now say goodbye to our power block. I guess the revenge will be a different one. All right. Also, let's see Paul Allen's turmoil. Yeah, this is like apocalyptically bad now. No. The effects of bankruptcy. Qing subjugate speedrun, basically. We could try and join someone's block. Won't you lose all your subjects if you get insignificant? I don't think we do. Oh, if we get insignificant, maybe. Super cute. Look at our GDP just collapse because of Mappy. We just only have local economies, basically. And now we're losing money again. Grim, because our economy collapsed. Yeah, this might just be impossible. This might just be uber jover. Better politics plus today's, like, hotfix, just absolutely kicking us right in the nuts. Trying to play Qing here. We won the Opium War, but who cares? I think that we will be running a positive balance once we enact... Oh, our guys don't approve of it? Hold up, we're gonna load. We don't want that ticking. You dream of minor power, Great Qing? Don't you mean insignificant power? How's the interest rate on insignificant power Qing? Can you hit 40%? Well, we already have like a 20% penalty or a 50% penalty from the bankruptcy. Just absolute defester. Shewa. Wait till your rank drops the full amount, then check your interest rate. I'm curious. Just uber death. I think like the plan is probably just to rev swap sides and to get rid of the malice. I mean the to some extent, well, yeah, let's do that. They'll accept. The Emperor may accept. Thank you so very much, Yankees fan, for the $2. Once again, agitating for Shewa. I think people are actually a little bit invested in seeing just how bad the interest rate is. Where do we see this modifier exactly, right? We're close to 40%, yeah. China going back to the Middle Ages. This is definitely rough. I mean, we're gonna decay down to minor power, or we're gonna decay down in power rank twice here. But the peasant tax should allow us to recover here. Oh Jesus, it doesn't. This might be Jover then. I'm not sure we can expand the economy fast enough, considering how high our interest rate is. No, it's still probably doable, actually. You just have to do a lot of this type of stuff. I could bite. Oh my god. I was gonna say I could bite that we could decrease that. No, what is this? Conquer Landfang. Are we remotely in a position where we can fight this? The thing is if we mobilize anything, we will just instantly, like, kill ourselves. Play Japan right now. Swap to Japan. It's in your budget tab under assets. I think we're just actually supposed to give up Landfang. Netherlands is beating you up. I know. I think actually we just back down to this before they put in any other war goals. Like, can you imagine war reps? Oh god. Actually, if they added other war goals, this would be winnable, but... Is that the chosen one themselves? Is that our ability to not decay in power rank? No, it's not. That's not what that is. Well, I mean, we could tax even more. I guess that's what we have to do. This is going to cause massive radicalism. Radicals creating a lot of agitation here. To be fair, I don't think that they've fully, like, fleshed out some of this stuff in Better Politics. Maybe with the changes, homesteading's better now? I mean, we're in the positive. We have to stay in the positive. Maybe we're supposed to try and get recognition. God, that's a one army. Jesus. More radicals means more reforms? Yeah. We might be okay. No, we don't have enough. If we, oh jeez, we're getting more radicals from standard living. Oh, I guess we have enough days, yeah. We just have to pip that. But we can't stay on that level of, I forgot we were, forgot we're at war. I mean, once we get line infantry, we should be able to do it. Do we have a level 5 uni here? Let's try and do that, maybe. Maybe we're supposed to add construction instead, though. Oh, we didn't have sweeteners on? RIP. We could probably run these. I think secular administration actually has higher wages, and we maybe actually can't do it for that reason. Oh, is bureaucrat the same base wage as these guys? I can't remember. It might be. He's like actually barely hanging on here. The westernizers are winning here. Somehow we still have the mandate of heaven even after the bankruptcy and all that. Like our radicalism's even going up. So our construction is getting super, super cucked. GDP is going down. Absolutely incredible. Stunning. I mean, to be fair, the iron mines are actually just ungodly powerful. Given the context of what's going on in our country where they're just uber expensive. We miss out on the Peru-Bolivia window to the wall. Till the window rips down. Yep. We should be declaring wars here too. We're just like so focused on the bad times. Can dependents be radicals? I don't really think that that's quite how... I think it's just an entire pop group that radicalizes. Remember the prestige decay is slow enough for you to decay down to insignificant? Interest rate... Well, I think we're going to try and not decay down to insignificant by just increasing wages at some point later. So that, like, we have to maintain that, like, malice for a sufficiently low amount of time. And if we do that, we can avoid it actively here. So, D's Vado, thank you for the follow. Big nice. All's right under heaven. Meanwhile, 120 million radicals. Yeah, this is just like super, super rough. Our radicalism's going down, to be fair, I guess. Probably from pops dying. And minus 5 million pops dying. Shout out to death. To be fair, this is from decreases in standard living, so this is reversible. Bandit raids in Xinjiang. Bruh. More better politics content. Absolutely crushing us underfoot. Radicalism went up by like 20%. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, this run feels spectacularly weak. But also, like, a part of this is very much that we're getting less money from the investment pool that we would otherwise. We're on agrarianism tenant farmers, and we're just, like, absolutely getting crushed as China, and we only have 120 construction. This is reversible. Copium levels are off the chart. Well, actually, so, no, this portion's reversible. This, But the bankruptcy radicalism is really not that easy to reverse. We're going to have to pass a bunch of laws that they like, which is a little bit of an interesting one. Because normally, it's actually really hard now to generate loyalists, just like in the abstract, net positive loyalists, because you basically gain and lose the same amount of loyalists with SOL changes, and so, yeah. And this was the easy start. Vis-a-vis relative to Ethiopia. This is, well, no, you might be right. We might have to take it all back. I mean, we are starting to pick up here. Better politics mods punish you, but for sure Morgenroete content is gonna save you. Pray to the Morgenroete content gods, basically. We also, like, really need to get the ball rolling on unis is, like, the thing, too. If we want to ever touch the Morgenroete content. God, look at this. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. China used to be the best start in the game. Look what's happened to us. Now Korea's like, you know what, dude? Is this because why are they so support independence? No, who supports your independence, my guy? What? Well, I mean, at least we're getting line infantry soon. Oh, is our war exhaustion lowering our rigidity? Oh no. Our rigidity target is the one that gives you, like, infinite radicals. Radicals from standard living decrease, which this modifier, now that there is no way to generate net positive from standard living increases, this will cause, like, basically irreversible radicals. And building throughput and construction efficiency. No. We need the rigidity. How do we get hard? I mean, how do we get rigid? That militia's cute. This would give us an institution. We don't want that. Us being in this forever war actually just increases our... I mean, maybe... Actually, this is probably how you abuse better politics mods, to be fair. This is actually the solution to that mod. We're gonna side with Russia to reset our attitude. We actually don't have that big a military. Yowza. Fortunately, we're about to get line infantry. Really couldn't have come at a better time. Transfer Cambodia. Oh, we can't subjugate them because of our power rank? Why can't we subjugate them? I guess the primary can't be against them. I know we want to take some Korean dirt, but maybe we don't want to take it all. Are we getting the reduction currently in price on that? I think if we do, we just take it all, huh? No, so we're not getting the reduction from... So, I think we actually do want to pay attention to what company we can get. And there's one company that looks particularly good for Korea. It gave, like, state construction efficiency. We love those modifiers. This just requires Korean homeland. This is the one. Food industry throughput and wood and... Okay. We need concrete dockyards. Well, it sounds like it doesn't matter which one we take. I think we take Guanback then. France discovers a planet as we, like, just grovel in the earth with nothing going on for ourselves. But we will get line infantry. Now, apparently we can't subjugate Tainan. Maybe our... Oh, I know what's the problem. We don't have an interest in Southeast China. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Alright. You could end the war, yeah. What do the Koreans think that you're doing? You're getting the reduction? Are you sure? I didn't see it. Maybe I'm just blind? I'm probably just blind. I've been going a little while here. Oh yeah, 5.5 is really low. Multiplied by... You're correct. I am just getting it. Okay. Which is the worst of these states? We might just leave them with that. It might be Yongnan. I think we would want to... Either way, we're going to decrease this back down. Some of these have conscripts, right? No. We'll add some down here. Oh, they have conscripts. They're just, they're just line infantry or whatever, or not line infantry. Or in the process of upgrading, which is weird for conscripts. Alright. Just kidding. We didn't mean it. Now we're losing money, proper losing money. If we enforce on these guys first, we should be able to make this make some sense. God, the extra construction is just really uncomfortable. We have to get rid of radicals somehow. But we can't, like, reduce taxes. Korea's, isn't Korea more valuable as a subject? Yeah, but we could take all their territory but, like, one state or something. Giving you subject payments than states would be worth. Yeah, that's also... Probably depends on the states, but we do want to take some states for the company consideration, so... That's what we're gonna do. I love the inexperienced expert. Truly. A man of the people. Oh, we just lose this? Oh, I forgot we have the bankruptcy malice. What am I thinking? We have this massive penalty to offense and defense. Holy shit. I was like, why does this war look so hard? Suddenly it all made sense. It was crumbelievable. Yeah. We need to really actually just transfer a bunch of troops over. Which I kind of hate to do. I think we should be running an arms shortage at this point. We're not somehow. These 3 boats do be stopping us. We have nowhere near any type of bureaucracy required to do this. Maybe we're supposed to go to national militia, though? We technically want to keep peasant levies if we want to abuse some of the Qing stuff at a later date. Really want this guy to shove it. Looks like they're very nearly have occupied Beijing, at which point we will lose. We do have the offense-defense penalty on the Navy, on the seas as well, but that's a little bit more forgiving. We're actually pushing him here. Oh, we did that with even 2 admirals. Rip. So bad. Oh, is this gonna be... This is gonna be bugged out again. Maybe. Maybe we'll be stuck. Yeah, we can't re-land ourselves. God damn it, dude. This is actually a super obnoxious bug. Is anyone else experiencing this bug? Same GDP as where you were 3 hours ago? It do be rough. Has anyone else seen this bug? This bug is super obnoxious. Is bankruptcy debuffed? Yeah. Yeah. And people mess with you when you have low prestige. What is the buff even? Or the debuff even? It's not the end of the world, but it's pretty bad. But the thing is, we should have gotten in here by now. Which I'm not sure how I want to resolve this. Maybe we just call it here then. Why is he invading Korea? Korea demanded independence. Thug Life chose us. You had the same problem earlier playing as Japan. Yeah, this is a really kind of... Is it all naval landings, or is it... It's just when you naval land your own stuff, right? Or that's what it seems to be. God, this is like playing as the AI. I mean, I guess the thing to learn here is we just can't go federated early as Qing. We're kind of recovering the bag. I mean, we could just give up... We could just increase Korean autonomy. Or try and get that. I really hate the bug, though. The bug just, like, is annoying, because I want to fight for trying to win this war. And in theory, we might be able to try and win this war, if not for the bug. But the bug makes it unwinnable. You're on the other end? So far, it's every time we try and land our own territory. We've been able to land the opposing forces' territory, but like we need to reoccupy our capital, so this is just unwinnable unless we can land our own thing, and we can't do that. To be fair, it's probably just unwinnable because the malice is too big. Specifically, landings are just like impossible to get through. Yeah, one defense. Oh, these guys shouldn't have been on pushing anyways. Yeah, the at this point we have like 0 resistance though. We needed to actually allocate the armies intelligently. In my head, I had forgotten about the malices to offense and defense on Bankruptcy, which are substantive enough to make it so that our line infantry doesn't hold up against their irregulars, which is fair. We won the Opium Wars, but at what cost? I mean, China should feel ridiculously hard, so I'm actually think I'm kind of on board with this in the abstract, but we just kind of were like not ready for all these things layered on top of each other. The getting way less investment pool reinvestment is like a huge kick in the nuts, though. And also the Bankruptcy giving a MAPI penalty on top of an additional MAPI penalty from Better Politics mod is like so bad, because eventually you hit a point where you can't resolve stuff through trade routes anymore. You're trying to cap out Russia and you couldn't. Qing might be stronger if you release a bunch of countries from yourself. To be fair, yeah, no, that might well be true. Because now the real big benefit, I think if we're losing Korea, I don't want to continue this run. And we could try it again on Saturday. Could try Ethiopia. But yeah, maybe that is the way to try and play them. Because you controlling the guys isn't as valuable anymore. Let's take a quick save. I'm pretty sure we're done with this, but I actually want to take a look at a new one. It's okay, the features from economic and financial mods will save you from that. Isn't the one where you can create free money? You just have to stay, like, export-oriented for, like, really long stretches of time, and then it just gives you, like, an unlimited increasing, like, investment pool contribution modifier. Don't tempt me, I've been hurt enough today. Yeah. I want to take a look at it, though. I actually just kind of like... I think Qing is just not very good for this mod. The Morgenroete mod, specifically. You definitely endorse reattempting this with lessons learned? Yeah, And it's like, I guess the first question is, what are the ones you release, huh? I don't think you can brick the Wargle on you by releasing Yue, but Yue might be reasonable to release. Hunan, Anhui. I think Zhili might be okay. Guizhou, those have some good things going on. Jibei, I think also has some good stuff going on. Wan Zhimin, sure. Not like this. Minus social credit score. So, maybe this is kind of what your initial salvo looks like? I mean, if we form a power block... See how we do on the mandate generation. Unrecognized regional power members is giving us a little bit. And you know what's actually kind of funny? These guys, I don't think get the penalty for the Opium Wars, so they could actually help us a lot as well. Mongolia, probably, that land isn't too valuable. I think that we specifically are trying to release out population more so than anything. But maybe this isn't the right way of looking at it. It's that we have, like, too much pop, almost. But it's going to be very inexpensive for us later on to reincorporate all of this. Maybe even cheese the Opium War by giving them all coastal states. I think that they could... Oh, you're right. That's super cute. That's hilarious. Well, we might not even have a port anymore. There's a port in our market. But if we do this, then we just don't have to fight the Opium War, I think. Yeah, they can't go for a treaty port. I think that actually just bricks the opium. Yeah, notice that, and then we can kind of like open by just decreasing this and not get rid of patchwork governance. We just categorically can't get rid of this early on at all whatsoever, remotely. And then this would be a lot more playable. And we could still try and get rid of media regulations here. The releasing UA is actually super cute because it allows us to actually maintain a port in our market, which I think lets us do overseas stuff if we want still. Yeah. We have access to overseas. Bing Shillin block, basically. You delete all ports, but the one in Guangdong and Great Britain can't take a treaty port from you. Yeah, I'm familiar with this. This effectively accomplishes the same thing here. Or the thing doesn't even appear, if I recall correctly. We can let it think for a second, but if they're Han primary, I think they get their own instance of the JE. If they get their own instance of the JE and we don't have it, then we won't have the military malice and it'll be trivial to win. Also, more reinvestment factor in the vassals. Yeah, because they're under 50 million GDP. In theory, it's possible we actually want to reduce our GDP so we get more reinvestment. I'd have to take a closer look at the numbers. It does look like we have, you know, we've lost out on reinvestment here by about 20,000 by releasing these guys. But we're going to get, you know, 50 free construction here. You got the front bug? Is it the same context, Connor? When you're trying to reland your own territory, or is it a different context? Yeah. That's like, someone was showing it in a thing that looked like not a landing in the Discord. That's a pretty big bug to just like... You're almost admin positive? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like once we... If we can find a way to get rid of, to go no speech interference, right, then we should be in relatively good shape. I think but already though, we're decreasing the media regulations. A part of this is we have high synergy, but we're decreasing the media regulations here, so that'll refund 1100 bureaucracy. But the amount of bureaucracy we need per level is significantly lower as well without all these 5, so maybe it is. Can't push after they pushed into me? Oh, you just can't take territory that's been occupied? That is just super... You can't push after they pushed into you? So if they occupy your territory, it's just permanently occupied? Yeah, that might be like sufficiently bad that maybe we don't even stream Vic 3 on Saturday. Because I know... Actually, I just like... I don't even know if I want to play with that as a bug. If the enemy occupies your territory, you can never get it back. That's the bug. Maybe we just have to play as France or some shit like that. That's just really strong by themselves. Right now, just don't touch Vic 3 this patch or roll back. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, like, that's just too broken. The bug you had was you were invading Russia and every province you took said it was occupied by Finland. Had to load back and declare directly on Finland. No, I mean like, oh, if that's a workaround that works, then that's maybe okay, but... Yeah, what they were... I mean, like, not being able to retake territory just seems like, I mean, we could play with a console. And just, like, yes man peace deals that we think are appropriate. Some people really hate that in chat, though. This is an interesting idea for a start, though. Because... So if we decrease our GDP like another 25 million, we would double the investment pool contribution. So it's 27 million now. Let's actually release a few more guys. So we would never want to release Manchuria, but... let's release Yunnan. Again, I don't think we would want to release Yunnan, but... let's release Jibei, sorry. So now that's decreased. And our reinvestment has gone up, baby. Woo! I usually hate that, but I don't for this terrible bug. Yeah. That's also fair. We can increase effectively our income. Well, this is cute. This is super cute. Normally it's really hard to stay under, or before it was really hard to stay under this number because it was 10 million. 50 million is a lot more room to work with. Especially if the sub-farms actually aren't going to give you that much GDP. I don't think we would want to release Yunnan, but what we could do is we could state feed like Anhui and Hunan and these types of things, so that we just own like Beijing, Shaanxi, and like these states back here or something. Vassal money's gonna also be better than taxes in a lot of places. Decentralized China's the way. I think I smell a run brewing, guys. We could maybe vote whether we want to do this on stream or like for a YouTube thing, because I think that I have like 2.5 episodes recorded of the Austria run. Like, I think people just don't think that that's interesting or entertaining. Unfortunately, I was super excited about that. I thought it was like such a cool run idea. I guess it's just like only cool if you're like kind of already sweaty. Yeah, I don't know. That was a bummer. That video's doing real bad. Manchurian states are really good because of the wood and the gold. Don't forget about the gold. Yeah, so like, what would the states we would keep would be like Yunnan. I think Sichuan's probably keepable. Definitely Shaanxi, Beijing, but there's a lot of states like Eastern Hubei. This you can give that up. Western Hubei can give that up. Chongqing can give that up. Chongqing is like the pronunciation of it makes me feel like I'm saying something offensive, but like that's actually how you pronounce it. It's like Chongqing. But like Jiangsu is probably one we could give up. Nothing in Shenzhen. We have to keep Suzhou because there's banks there. Or try and remember that. But yeah. Was that the super secret run idea? That was. I was gonna do it with France initially, but the test run we did on France didn't work out too well. So like what we did when we got early access is we did France to try and test out the run, and then it really wasn't working, and then we restarted and did it with Austria, and we were also trying to pick up what was going on, and then we recorded like 2.5 episodes. We hit like a point where like we couldn't enforce a war. It was really frustrating, and then I was like, I want to figure out what's up with this. So I like floated a thing trying to figure out what's up with it, and then I switched to playing India, and then we just like kind of recorded the India run, and we were going to come back to the Austria run, but now I might just release 2 episodes and not even release like the other half episode we had recording. How's the video doing bad? I see it's similar views and likes as your EIC run. So the first episode of a run usually crushes, and that one has like the same views as like the 6th episode of our EIC thing. You like the video, especially the concept? Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, maybe I just have to give it more time. But like normally the first episode of a run just does extremely well, and it's not. So like I think the second episode's not going to do that well, you know. And I think people would prefer like Jewish Japan. episodes instead of trying to continue the Austria thing. I mean, I think it's super interesting to like try and figure out how to game as much as possible the construction thing. I think that also people like the GDP like went nowhere, and someone commented, "Oh, I like checked GDP and it didn't move up," and it's like, well, part of the strategy, you're not actually going to really increase your GDP much because a lot of it is just getting buildings in your subjects' territory, which doesn't actually increase your GDP. Krasik also liked the video. Maybe we'll have to run a poll. Maybe I'm whether people would prefer more Austria-run videos or like Jewish Japan. It's interesting to people who sweat the game. It was super interesting to like play it, but I don't know. It was because like you definitely have to start thinking about everything so much differently. But I think a lot of the novelty of thinking about stuff differently is maybe contained in the first episode. So maybe it's like more of a theoretical like type of episode, and that's how we should look at it. But like people also might prefer like an episode where we intentionally keep the GDP low, and just do foreign investment. I really wanted to wait. That's like what I wanted to do with the Panama run, or I wanted to abuse that when I was planning the Panama run. But like trade just sucks really hard, and I wanted to wait for trade to be better. I'm super bummed I don't get to abuse bankruptcies with Japan. I was keeping that in my pockets for so long, and then we hit so much trouble with the EIC. I was like, okay, I'll just do the thing, and then they just nerf bat it like 10 days later. I think Jewish Japan is appealing for a lot of Paradox audiences in general for reasons. Yeah, we probably don't even need the bankruptcy gimmick. Also, I think there's a good chance that there are people who are would find intentionally bankrupting as Jewish Japan offensive. So in some way, right? It's not that difficult to find a problematic way of interpreting that. But the main thing that I thought Japan was super good for was I think it's better if you have a lot of pops in general to run multiple bankruptcies and try and get foreign investment. Also, when you get foreign investment, the more of your buildings that are owned by other people overseas, the better declaring bankruptcy is. And foreign governments like to open up Japan, and it would be like I would have gotten to be like do the like what is it, the meme from Watchmen, I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me, as they like they give us foreign investment and then we just bankrupt over and over and over again, and it just like wrecks their buildings. But like the defensibility of Japan, if we just never incorporated anything else, we would like us running into a military like malice is not a big deal. Jewish India get 5% pop growth generally. Just and then I was thinking, okay, they nerfed the bankruptcy. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna actually, instead of having them be Japanese, we're gonna make them Sephardim, or I forget how to pronounce it. Sephardic. We're gonna make them like actual Jewish because that is the best ethnicity. And then now it doesn't matter that it's like the best ethnicity anymore. One day he'll do Jewish Japan instead of thinking about it. I still have to ask the person who made the mod initially to fix the mod so it works. Is state atheism better with the new discrimination system? Not only is it better, it might be meta. If this was plus 20, it would be significantly better. I think that there's a chance, I don't really know for sure, that state religion's the best. Because of a weird play pattern where if you can convert the pop to your religion in the first place, then they will be plus 20, which will bring them over a threshold in terms of society, where they'll be under cultural erasure, which I think if we're on cultural exclusion, which might be best, not sure, you can assimilate cultural erasure. I think on racial segregation you can't. Oh, did they change this up? So you could go state, religion, ethno-state. The thing is like, one of the benefits of going these things, I guess it comes down to the numbers of how many pops are going to be getting the increased loyalism increases and the increased wages, and how you feel about the increases versus having a more flat circumstance and comparing along these axes. Or if you're not running vassalization, the authority is actually quite nice. Sephardim, thank you, Tarkus. Yeah, so and then like I think I would have gotten a lot of engagement for people complaining about making all the Japanese people Jewish, and then talking about how Jewish was the best religion, or religion and or culture. That was like a funny second. But you could roll back to the patch 1.8.4 to do the Jewish Japan run. No, people don't want to see runs where you're using a mechanic that's been nerfed, I don't think. But yeah, so like if you convert really fast though, like conversion actually might be good now, where you go like state religion. The problem is seeding the religion initially, because you can't convert any religion unless there's at least one pop there that is that religion. And so in particular, it would be good on Qing and EIC and Japan, because seeding pops from those countries in terms of the primary religion is much easier than if you were like over here. But yeah, the Ottoman religion is probably pretty good, because don't they get... Here, let's... Oh, this isn't vanilla. I forget if they get a discount on... what is it? On edicts combined with the conversion speed. Maybe that's good, and maybe conversion speed's actually good now. When you go state religion, this type of thing. Colonial exploitation, freedom of conscience, racial segregation, IRC is the perfect zone for assimilation of pops. Wait, what is colonial exploitation giving? In that... For the minus wages, are you trying to run? Generalist gaming wants multiculturalism and total separation to not be meta so badly. I really do. I think that actually, like, it comes down to, like, you actually just, like, it's such a big deal to be able to employ some buildings that, like, it might just be meta. Because, like, not being able to employ Forbidden City just feels super bad. It's probably just cultural exclusion, like multiculturalism, so you can employ up in the Forbidden City. This is probably the thing. Something weird going on with cash reserves. All businesses that are profitable 20 plus, the cash reserve keeps draining. That was a change that they intentionally made, where they're trying to normalize like how much money is getting paid out in terms of dividends, and so it will eat into cash reserves before it decreases dividends up to a certain threshold before it starts selling off. Can you go over which trade goods are best to import or export? I suppose we can really briefly. A lot of it just has to do... I mean, I could give you the very decent heuristics. The main idea is that when you export, you want to think about it, you're trying to increase the proportion of buildings you have of those in your economy, and when you import, you're trying to decrease the proportion of buildings you have in your economy that are those buildings, while maintaining the same equilibrium prices overall. So the prices, the total number of orders today is the same, just instead of you fulfilling it, the other person fulfills it. And in general, you probably want to export more than you import, because higher prices is slightly better. But with that said, importing all the agrarian stuff, except for probably opium, and to a lesser extent cotton, and to a lesser extent grain, but the grain for reasons of wanting to ensure food security, and this makes having it locally a little bit better. Other than that, importing all the agrarian stuff is probably good. Being aggressive about exporting resources is going to be good. And then it's going to be kind of medium in terms of what you want to export from industry stuff. The heavy industry stuff that is not very efficient, like steel and engines, is going to basically be impossible to export because the efficiency isn't high enough to overcome kind of MAPI penalties. But in particular, when you have split goods, these are going to give really good opportunities for export because when you're trying to make these as profitable as possible, when there's a bifurcated good, generally exporting the cheap one is going to be really good way of doing this. And also, to a lesser extent, if you're on something like textile mills, exporting the luxury portion of it will allow you to kind of push up SOL without negatively affecting profitability as much. And so generally speaking, exporting luxuries tends to be good. But usually it's like tools and luxury goods. And then in theory, it's probably correct to have some import routes and some export routes for artillery and arms, just so they have a more regular kind of price point. And your export routes go up when you're in peace, and your import routes go up when you're at war, something like this. That's probably kind of a just general looking at it way to have things. Multiculturalism still on top. Canada wins again. Damn it. Canada's always been winning. But isn't the investment pool positively affected by having max cash reserves in the buildings? It's positively affected to the point that dividends are getting paid out. Unless I'm misunderstanding something. But if it's dividends, if this building is paying out dividends, right? Then the building to which they're paying out dividends is giving reinvestment, unless I have misunderstood something. So let's kind of come back to the capital here. So it pays out dividends to this building, which in terms of this balance, based on whatever ownership type they have, is going to have reinvestment. Bifurcated good, why are they cutting stuff in half? You gotta ask Solomon. This is all part of the secret paradox AMD shadow deal to encourage CPU purchases. I think that I would have preferred the solution to shipyards to have been different than making them two separate buildings. And same for ammo and fertilizer. Or sorry, not ammo and fertilizer. Fertilizer and explosives. I wish that they just made more in-between PMs so that you could tweak it rather than bifurcating the buildings or separating the buildings. Because this negatively affects performance. I don't know. But maybe this is a run idea. We have a lot of run ideas. The problem is it takes a long time to do them. But people really like China runs. And maybe Warlord China is a sensible one. Would allow you to come up quite harder. This type of thing. Or, I mean, we're getting more from, or we were getting more from reinvestment. We're not now. Maybe this doesn't work. No. We're getting more from reinvestment by bringing the GDP down. Oh, that's going to create such weird play patterns. See, at 10 million, you don't want to actively, like, decrease your GDP, because, like, or it's, like, it's too much of a hassle, it's not really worth. But at 50 million, it's probably worth intentionally trying to decrease your GDP. And that might be the biggest metagame change of this hotfix. And, like, well, it's, I don't know if it's, this hotfix is actually just really spicy. They're doing a lot, but, like, I don't know why they did this 50 million figure. I don't think that, so also, just to be clear what we're talking about here, so if we look at reinvestment, no, this isn't where we look at it. This is where we look at it. Where we look at this, now, and this is increasing linearly, reinvestments are multiplied from 0 to 50 million GDP. It goes from 300% to 100%. And so if you have if you have exactly 25 million GDP, reinvestment will be doubled. Reinvestment isn't tied to GDP though, it's tied to ownership of buildings. which you can own buildings overseas. So now this just like blows open super wide. The ability to do like an uber tall run where we just like don't build in our subjects at all, or sorry, we don't build in our own territory at all. We only do subjects, this type of thing. And one of the countries, or the countries that would be really good, like we could just own just Beijing, right? And maybe Beijing, Shaanxi, but maybe just Beijing. Feed everything else to our subjects, and then sit at like 5 to 10 million GDP for the entire game, and just get massive reinvestments and just own stuff in our subjects. I think you're getting lost in the sauce. I'm already gone. Ammo explosives and the fake silk should be the same building, to be honest. I'd be super okay with that if they just gave us more PMs. I think the solution is just giving us more PMs, and having them all be chemical buildings. Yeah. Touch grass. The truth hurts. I think the play pattern of trying to limit your GDP will hurt you more than what you get out of it. Did I say well, so maybe see, the thing is in the early game it's gonna hurt you when you're on an early tax system, but when you're on progressive tax, almost all your tax is coming from the dividends, and almost all your income is coming from a combination of dividends and reinvestment, just like a really, really big portion. The thing is, like, you lose a lot of control, and you can't control what PMs your subjects use. And this is maybe the biggest one, is when you are acquiring buildings overseas, you can't control the PMs, and, like, so this just becomes bad. And the fact that you can't control the PMs is actually probably just makes it bad. But, like, independent of that, I think it makes running just a whole bunch of min-max looking runs doesn't... When I was doing a lot of, like, the same, just trying to play optimally with runs and not doing anything novel and different, people started complaining a lot, and they didn't like it, was my impression. And so doing runs where there's a different premise or idea where we can have some semblance of a justification, like playing around this, is generally attractive to me. This was the idea behind, like, doing zero construction. I actually thought that idea was super sweet. I'm sad that it, like, turned out really sucky. Or at least it's not doing that well. I think it's probably just not doing very well with the casual audience, because, like, you need the frames of reference of why it's good or bad. Anyone that played South American country in 1.8 and enabled populating America's JE ever got migration? I just got authority consumed, but no mass migration. I think they said they fixed it in the thing, so I don't know. It's probably only worthwhile when the GDP is all sub-farms, no? Like, actual buildings that will have better GDP reinstatement ratios. That's probably also a reasonable way of looking at it. Us giving up the sub-farms doesn't really hurt us. Here is China, and that is what we're giving up with GDP, but if we were giving up a bunch of mines, it probably just would be straight up bad. How are we liking the new patch? Well, considering there's, like, a game-breaking bug, we hate it, but a lot of the other choices, like, a lot of the other changes seem okay. I'm really sad that they nerfed Bankruptcy, because we were planning on doing that. Or I was planning on making that, like, kind of a feature of, like, abusing it as part of a run, and they nerfed it quicker than I got to play with it. But it's also a good change, because Bankruptcy should just be bad. You get less minting with 10 million GDP. The reinvestment's it's going to be so much bigger than the minting. I think. When we moved from 50 million GDP to 41 million, we increased reinvestment by 35%, or a 35% multiplier, and we only decreased like reinvestment is Like, minting is from GDP is 41k, reinvestment is, well, maybe it's actually kind of close. 36k. But you could conceivably play, like, people always want to play tall in Vic 3, and playing tall in Vic 3 just sucks. But this is, like, an opportunity to, like, you could conceivably play Belgium, subjugate a bunch of people, and just look to build in their territories and, like, try and pop off, maybe stay interventionism, something like this. Playing in your subjects is really hard. You also can't control their laws. You can if you reduce autonomy on them, but it's still very, very clunky. You know what would be the best run idea? I smell Ethiopia incoming. Personally, I don't like zero construction because a lot of the game is, not actually playing the game, isn't that fun. If the primary game interaction is building buildings and you don't build, yeah, I understand that perspective. I think that's kind of why that fell flat on its face a little bit. I think that there's a lot of cool things you can try and do with zero buildings that leads to interesting choices that you don't normally experience in the course of a Victoria 3 run, and to people who've had a lot of Victoria 3 runs, that is probably going to be interesting, and if you haven't had as many, it's probably going to be really boring. You try Ideological Union run, trying to rev countries and subjugating them for no infamy. That's interesting. You can, I think at that point I would try and redo Austria, but actually try and prestige max, and just sovereign empire people. Yo, you just look more at the patch notes, you can assimilate non-heritage sharing pops again, yay. I'm not sure I like that decision. You can also assimilate in homelands. So, unless you're being sarcastic, maybe you're being sarcastic. Yeah, we can make the black people white again and the white people black again. Well, we can make the white people black again. It had me laughing that you took on Prussia, Russia, and won while having 2 construction sectors. Yeah, that war was really tough. I was really scared of that war. That took forever. I don't test a 1.8.4, but at least 1.3 I had the error. Oh man, you guys are chatting so much. I guess this is kind of turning into a patch discussion. Opinions on the labor contract mod? I haven't seen it. If you're in the Discord, like, put it in the mods discussion portion. Which says temporary, but it's not temporary anymore. Now it's actually just... it was there for the discussion of having moderators, but now it's just a place to discuss mods. Which is hilarious. Belgium is probably more viable because you have low pops already. Yeah, I mean, I really want to do a Panama run that's trade oriented and this build tall strategy, but like the trade's just not there. Maybe I'll just use a trade mod that just like triples convoys or something like that and just try and make it work. I get that you can impose laws, but A, they have to agree to it, and B, and actually pass it. If they're not disloyal, I think they always agree to it. It just, when they fail to pass it, that's when they deliver the message that they refuse to pass it, but I don't think they actually refuse to pass it. They just try. Sunglass man makes the sunglass emoji. Based. It'd be interesting in seeing what you could do with religious power block. This was another thing, is, for Japan, that I was super excited about, was stacking a bunch of loyalist modifiers, because they're so happy to be Jewish. And then the modifiers kind of suck now, because they're not standard of living increases and decreases. And so, this was a bit unfortunate, because they changed what the modifiers were as part of their overall like rework of things. So if we look at religious convocation and we look at this, one of these used to give increased, I think it was this one, used to give increased loyalists, and the idea was we could stack, if you stack all the increased loyalist modifiers and all the decreased radicals modifiers, you can just yo-yo your SOL up and down and generate loyalists, and now you can't do that anymore. But you do get wages for state religion pops, so we could have really, really high wages. And so we could really, really push SOL high. So this is maybe going to be what the angle becomes instead. I don't think we're going to do Sacred Civics. I think it's going to be Divine Economics, which is the more interesting one, especially with the increased clergy oversight. So, Sovereign Empire is probably better for managing subjects. Yeah. But then you can't subjugate people with the other one. We can make kobolds and the dwarves again? Yeah. Maybe this is also what we do next. I'm not sure. You took historical borders and had essentially the rest of the world as subjects. Oh yeah, the fact that you can't change PMs is probably the worst thing. So chat. Yeah. Late game is absolutely flying now. That's what they had said. I haven't got to experience the hyper late game, but they said that most of the performance improvement on this patch was in the late game. Yeah, that they fail to pass it causes -50 relations is just so obstructive. Yeah. Green Japan run when? Yuck. Staying with the shogunate. You want to try your GB GDP max run again? Performance is a million times better in the late game. I'm in 1915 right now, and each week takes 3 to 4 seconds. Just reopen your game with the reopen your game with the console, and annex everyone and see what performance looks like then. I mean, you could also do fast construct and build out the resources in every single province after you do that, and then if it chugs, I imagine it just like it's just kind of like extending the period before you hit like this exponential pain, and it's not going to extend it by enough. I've discovered that Circassian people are actually kobolds and Exther, not kobolds, goblins. Rip. You have everyone annexed right now? 20k construction? Do you even think that UK is best for maximizing GDP? Actually, they probably are. Excluding Turtle Island. Because this Qing now feels really rough. But Qing being able to do food standardization... But, no, yeah, because you're just, as UK, you just, you subject feed. You, like, subjugate Burma, you feed all of the EIC to Burma, and then you annex Burma or whatever for, like, 5 infamy. I forget that that's a thing sometimes because I don't want to do that, but... Did a world conquest on USA this patch to see how it's changed? I'm not sure. They probably are. Yeah. You just go food standardization relatively early. What even is the endgame? Well, you probably go food standardization, then switch to the military one, and then switch back to something else. Like, you probably go Sovereign Empire to military treaty, maybe back to Sovereign Empire. No, you would never do Sovereign Empire again. Maybe... What do you use for your block when you're the only one? I guess it's Trade League. Once you annex everyone... You go Trade League, and then you go Internal Trade. And then you probably go Food. And... Just leave it as Mill Treaty. You're trying to GDP max? We're talking about GDP max, not World Conquest. I can get behind going mill immediately, but then you swap back to trade. Once you do all the wars that are gonna take, once all the GPs are crippled, you can switch back to. But before you annex everyone, you can switch back to Trade League. Food construction and market unification. Market unification. No. You get one more. I think you go back to Trade League. I think you don't stop, because you'll still have a ton of subjects after you cripple everyone who's strong while you're on, like, you cripple everyone on military treaty, such that you do not need the maneuvers, or, because what you're getting is you won't need the benefit of military treaty after a certain point. You don't need the training rate, and you don't need the extra maneuvers, but you can still generate enough mandate to fully fill out the thing, by end date, considering world conquest. You like turn in the 70s, everyone should be crippled by like the 80s or 90s. You'll still have another 40 years. You'll still want the maneuvers to conquer faster. It takes longer to conquer now. Company throughput may be good now. Well, it's much diluted because it only applies to the company buildings. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends where you usually finish world conquest. About 20 years longer? Okay, then yeah, that makes sense. 20 years is a lot of years. Assuming you could go trade league, which you're saying you can't, which is fine. Food standardization. What was the other ones you said? Construction, market unification. Construction, I feel like you slot out. Like, once you have 50,000 construction, 10% doesn't matter anymore, right? Maybe it does. Because you can stimmy with the militarized industry. Yeah, but you can manipulate the market by nationalizing, privatizing, and re-privatizing. Yeah, but you light money on fire. It just disappears when you do that. So maybe it's militarized industry, transport, food, and internal trade. That would be my guess. If you have enough time, which you're saying you don't, and I trust that you understand that better than I do. But if you had enough time to go internal trade... Maybe, I think that would be the follow-up. Because transport gives a pretty critical PM. This also gives a bunch of throughput, too. Construction all the way. 69k construction. Nice. 69,420. Yeah, baby. Hey, the Alhambra, how's it going? You didn't think about transport? Yeah, transport's like, the PMs are actually just way better on, the joint, like, the joint diesel in particular is actually, like, considerably better than the other one. I don't know if I don't know if it's worth the oil sink, especially now that you actually want to run automobiles, but joint electric's also, like, considerably better. How about you internally trade some bitches? That's illegal. They call it prostitution. What's your opinion on maxing debt payout and throughput on India for the free money? Debt payout and throughput on India. I'm not sure what your question is. They nerfed bankruptcy, though. If you're asking if you should go bankruptcy a bunch, you shouldn't. Market unification is the same as internal trade. I hate using oil on the trains. No, I think you don't. It's just the margin by which the diesel trains is better than non-joint diesel trains is much larger than joint electric, but joint electric is still better. Infrastructure per population is also, like, not inconsequential. Balloon reconnaissance is funny because it not for anything it gives you, just because it's funny. They had the art asset and they wanted to do it, but I imagine. Oh, wait, what? Wasn't this 10%? Was this always 15%? Am I misremembering? I feel like this used to be 10%. It was probably just always 15%. You could maybe make an argument for police coordination. Oh, you know what, Yankees fan? If you're gonna do it, you're gonna have to do something really obnoxious. If you're gonna try and figure out, if you're gonna GDP max, you have to play this weird decrees minigame too. Which is, when you have a ton of authority, you have to put down all the decrees you want for the rest of the game at some point. And you probably need to plan the entire run around that. Right? So you want to try and get up to like 2,000 to 3,000 authority, which I think Great Britain's going to be the best at maximizing authority, and then pick every state you want the decrees in, put them all down, and then once you start annexing subjects, you just never swap a decree again. You'd be using transport PMs though, so infrastructure doesn't matter. I mean, it matters a little bit, depending on the state. Mrs. Remembering, meet Mr. Remembering. Oh man. I'm not on police coordination, you can't make me. Yeah, police coordination's a little bit deep. Just get zero cost decrees. Forgot how you do. Well, I believe they introduced a price floor on decrees. I think they can't go below 10% now. Like, you get the event. But, like, Great Britain's really good at stacking a whole ton of them. It just means, like, before you start losing your stuff, you probably want to take Chinese states. Because these are going to benefit the most from the decrees. Or the mappy states in India. Max is out at 90%? Yeah. That's my understanding as well. I feel like there's some other stuff that you probably do. I wonder if you're supposed to use the food company. Probably. For a max GDP run. That one's a little bit weird because the timing windows, how they work with companies. You like India states better than Chinese states? Yeah, I mean, they get the better agricultural bonus. They don't have a lot of resources, but that's maybe not as big a deal. Not sure why. They always wind up being better for you. I mean, they're pretty close. The thing is, there's some, like, I think Yunnan is really good. Yunnan doesn't have that much arable land, though. So it's maybe not the best comparison. I mean, ideally, every single one that has a river bonus, you put, like, manufacturing on. Probably, like, everywhere. Would be ideal. Practically speaking, I don't think that's possible, but... And Hara always used to wind up being your highest GDP state on 1.7. Well, probably depends who you start as, huh? You start as UK, maybe, but that's just because you get built in there all game. I meant using ridiculously debt payout to build as a minor power like India, as it can gain throughput from companies while you're also free war goals if you stay in your sway in your overlord. Debt payout to... I'm not sure what you mean still. Were the regions in China actually historically autonomous like that? No, I don't think so. I mean, during certain periods of time, regional feudal lords kind of gained a lot of power in China, but China kind of invented bureaucracy and the ability to manage a really far-flung empire. Like, they invented the civil service dog. So, but during various periods of Chinese history, it kind of gets a little bit like that. And Hara was your highest with a bunch of countries that are not Great Britain. It's not called Andorra right now. Is that this state, right? No, it can't be this state. It has to be a river state, so it's like one of these? Is it Agra? Well, in the 19th century, it kind of devolved this way because governors had crazy autonomy from the executive. Yeah. But it maybe shouldn't be represented like this in Victoria 3. Northern Sirkars. This somehow gets the best? This doesn't even have a mappy bonus. That doesn't make sense. Or it doesn't make sense to me. I suppose maybe the EIC invests in a lot because it used to be the one place where they had like a lot of iron and coal. Now it doesn't even have a lot of iron and coal. It got moved all around. No, but I think we're going to maybe call it a stream because we're just hitting like 4 hours now. Pretty interesting what we did with China though, or at least that felt significantly harder. We kind of ran into it on two fronts. Definitely achievable. Maybe we run a poll on Saturday seeing exactly what we want to do. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to be streaming most of the day Path of Exile 2, which comes out. I have to double check that we can get access to it or purchase access to it. And also, there's probably, if there's like no viewers and I'm 10 hours deep, probably won't go the full like 12 hour for the full day stream. When you did the EIC cheese, it would always end up unincorporated. That too is probably a pretty big factor. I have to think on like what a max GDP. I have to think more on a max GDP run, like because if you're interested in running that, I'm super not interested in running a max GDP run. But if you're interested in running it, maybe it's worth thinking out. You probably want to find your BIS companies as well, and I don't know what that looks like. Exactly. Like, the Japanese company is really good. You might even, like, if you want to make use of, like, some of the Japanese companies or the Belgian one, you would maybe even have to do the thing where you release cut down to size to country swap to, like, Belgium from the UK or Japan from the UK, something like this. Maybe the zero construction run could have flied if you pitched it differently. Can you beat Victoria 3 without constructing anything? Yeah, but that would have been dishonest, because I am constructing just very little. I thought about that. Maybe I was just supposed to do that anyways. Functionally, 7.5 construction in terms of active control is basically nothing. Companies are going to be very different from last patch. I think that scales... I think at that scale, you only care about the bonuses. No, because all the private queue, when they construct, they build into the company. I think that you can, with the resources specifically, you will be able to, reprivatize and put back up and eventually get 100% company controlled, or you just nationalize buildings. Like, you might have to go through a command economy period where you nationalize all the resources and then delete all the buildings so that all your companies can just swoop in and rebuild all the things. I don't know. That release cut down to size is not the best way to GDP max. The strat is fast track to bankruptcy. That strat. And bankruptcy is really bad now. Unless you do it into a rev. That sounds like quite a rev swap. Then you might lose access to the company, though. I'm not sure. India is too OP to not start on, as the minus 20% mortality and throughput modifiers, and 40% throughput. I'm not sure what you mean here. I know Persia gets 10% throughput, just in general, for like 20 years, but I don't think you could do that. Do I still want to layer steel, coal, and iron companies? No, you don't want them stacked. No. I don't think. When Lino was talking about it with someone else and I saw him talking about it, he was seemed to indicate that the way it works is that the private queue decides what to build, and then it rolls who's going to build it, or who the owner is going to be, rather than deciding who's the owner and then deciding what they build, which is kind of my understanding before. And I assume he understands it better. Which kind of implies that having multiple companies of the same thing won't actually wind up being useful for you. All your states become unincorporated, you don't collect taxes for 5 years. That is rough. Just joined. Oof. Did I hear you say you've been streaming for 4 hours? But it's only February 1836. Yeah, so we're doing... we're not playing, like, as Japan right now. We're kind of... talking about the patch a little bit. We played as China for like 3 hours, and then it was kind of flubbed, so then we stopped. Giant panda. Wretched creatures. We finished 5 runs exactly. Finished 5 runs already. Now we're thinking, I'm trying to think through if there's something that is like absolutely essential for a GDP maxing run. Yeah, I think that going to the drawing board and deciding what companies are best, obviously we're using the mod, the more companies mod, so like we can't possibly make that evaluation. But like I think I remember liking Nokia maybe at the end, but now you have to have the consideration of if you can't country swap, maybe it's actually France or Germany that's going to be best. Because both of those will eventually get access to the wood and rubber company of Belgium. You spent 4 hours avoiding Ethiopia? Big true. Gonna have to dono for it again this weekend, not like this. Just gonna come into the Path of Exile stream. Yeah, I could just name my character Ethiopian Path of Exile. That's the real strategy. Big Daddy Tuodros. I ruined your successful propaganda campaign. No. You can't just slot in a company in 1915 and still get the full benefit. Yeah, I don't think you will be able to. It depends on your level of employment, to some extent. If you have 100,000 construction and all your pops are kind of employed, then you actually can probably do that. I don't think they will be employed all, though, with full labor saving PMs. But I don't know exactly. I have no idea what the super endgame looks like. That's a little bit too hard to, like, I haven't been there. It's just too far removed from, like, normal play. I don't know what... if you get 100,000 construction and, in the 10s or 20s, I don't know what the game looks like by the 30s, if it's possible. Name your character Tuodros. What about Uwudros? Uwu? I have to be careful. I have to be careful with that, though. We can't Uwu too often. People will clip it. You can name him Uwudros. Uwu doesn't work on me. I'm not playing. True. It's not doing the Waifu Britannia ones. Alright, I think we're gonna wrap up, though. I'll be thinking about, like, World Conquest if there's anything you really need to do. I guess your market capital kind of matters, but that's something you could just do later on. You just have to remember to move your market capital in a certain way. Yeah. Not as thirsty. Marauder Woodrows, basically. Alright. Well, it's been fun. Let's see if anyone's streaming Victoria 3. I'm curious if, like, everyone's having problems with bugs. Or significant enough problems with bugs. That was kind of a little bit disappointing that, like, apparently, like, they introduced, like, a massive front bug. I wonder what caused it, too. I guess we could take a look back at the drawing board in the patch notes and be like, okay, well, what's going on here? Such that we would have a huge bug. Wow, 220 viewers. Someone's got 200 viewers, and he's wearing a suit. Holy shit, we're raising this guy. And he's got Riz in his name. Let's go, baby. So we'll raid this guy and provide the link to the YouTubers. And then I will bid you all farewell, adieu, au revoir, Godspeed, smell you later, rest in peace, well, hopefully not rest in peace, but bye-bye. And then to the Twitch viewers, we will click the raid button.